welcome everybody. We've got a heavyweight matchup here today at Penn Charter. It's championship games all night long. The first one, the Youth League Championship. We've got the Delaware Knights taking on the AJ English Sports Academy. We're all set up here at mid-court, and it's sure to be a good one. I'm joined in by my co-host Tyson Maddox as tip-off heads to the Delaware Knights. Tyson, how you doing today?
You know, I was good, and now I feel a little bit jealous. You see the size of those trophies? I never got anything like that for any tournaments
goodness.
I won.
They are massive.
That's ridiculous. I did get a ring, though, for a baseball tournament. That was fun.
Flex.
Yeah, a little bit. But, no, I'm doing good and certainly excited. I've seen a good amount of AESA, not seen a lot of Delaware, but I've heard around the grapevine certainly that Delaware is really the team to beat right now.
Yeah, really quick, I'll tell you, the Delaware Knights are demonic in the full court transition game. They are unrelenting defensively, and we'll see a glimpse of it here. Ahmad Spence on defense. He's covering Sinise Camara. Camara's going to travel early on, but the Delaware Knights just don't let you get across half court without earning it, and they quickly turn those points, or turn that turnovers into points and really run away with games. So how's AESA going to take on the Knights and really compete with that?
Well, honestly, AESA, I feel, does something similar, except I would say, while, we were talking, it felt like Delaware, they, use a bit of the long ball. I feel AESA generally stays more inside. Obviously, you see Camara, but they have two other tall guys, of course, 22 and 23 as well. And so, to me, they are more inside team, but certainly you can see a 33 Pettiford, or at least on the screen it'll be 3, but we're going to call him 33 just for ease of understanding, as there's 2 3s on the floor.
Yeah, they just pass to each other.
But yes, Pettiford, who's running to the opposite side of the paint, he is someone who will be at the top of a man press, and he'll just get a steal and immediately turn into a layup. And so definitely can see sort of a similar idea, except one's inside, one's outside.
All right, so we're all set up. It's going to be a good matchup. 2 16-minute halves. We're 2 minutes in without any scoring. Ball work down into Makai Graves. He's taking on Sinise Camara. A little shimmy and a spin. He's going to be fouled and sent to the line.
Yeah, Graves saw in the warm-ups, certainly an athlete, certainly a strong guy. So, again, not surprised to see him going at Camara, who, to me, at least from this distance, looks a little bit skinnier.
First free throw drilled. And that's going to be the first points of the day, and they'll be credited to Makai Graves.
And that's the thing with sort of these championship games, and especially teams who maybe have not seen each other too often, is, again, you just have to poke and prod and see, okay, what's working, what's not, and then sort of who figures out who first.
3 ball on the way, and pure off the hand of Nolan Parsons. That's how you beat that transition defense. A lot of quick passes. Here's Ahmad Spence working the other way. Tice Harbin inside, somehow maintains possession. Just cutting through that AESA defense.
That's the thing with a press, as much as it can work for you, especially when you're, as a good deflection there, when you're the more athletic team and you're, by far better. Presses can really just take what would have been, maybe a decent game and just turn into a blowout in a matter of a couple of minutes. But the thing is, when you have another team that arguably is equally as talented, that means they know how to break them. And when they know how to break them, it's going to be a wide-open 3 or a wide-open layup. And, of course, it's a little bit frustrating because now you've used all your energy on the press instead of in the half court where you may feel it actually matters.
Jet Truitt going to be called with the foul. MJ Boyd, the victim. MJ Boyd, the other player donning number 3 today. You mentioned Tyler Pettiford earlier. He's the slightly taller number 3 on the court who just inbounded. Ace is going to get another shot as that one was knocked away by Makai Graves. We're all knotted up here at 3 as Pettiford receives the inbound. He cuts through the inside off to Camara. That's nice offensive ball movement.
And to me, that's sort of signature Pettiford. He has a quick first step. And even though you saw his head sort of went down, but he still has great vision.
3 nailed. That time by Bryce Sosa. Or 2, his foot was on the line there.
And we in Philadelphia like our Sosas, especially when they are quality players for us. Shout out Edmundo, of course.
And Sosa there with a turnover after he stole it. See the steal in the half court. Spinning is Pettiford. He's trying to cut through multiple defenders. He'll just dump it off to Camara now. See the defensive prowess here by the Knights as Boyd gets it right back after the block, and he drails the floater.
One thing I find interesting with at least the Knights so far, because they're doing a zone press as opposed to the sort of man press we're seeing here by AESA. It's sort of interesting to me for the Knights. They go from a zone press immediately then to man-to-man, which I imagine might be a little difficult just because if the press is broken, you really have to just find a guy and hope you're right.
Yeah.
To me, I would think, okay, if you're doing it looked to be a 1-2-2, maybe you go to a 3-2. It's just sort of a natural sort of ending there, but you can, of course, go to a 2-3 as well. It's great and one.
Yeah, immaculate body control. That's Jet Truitt. He was working against MJ Boyd. Truitt with the advantage size-wise, and he took advantage there.
Absolutely. I mean, he just sort of – oh, excuse me, there's a foul on the floor.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm going to say it was before Gather, but here's Graves working inside. He goes up strong. Second chance for Graves won't go. How about a third? And now it's Nolan Parsons working the other way. Up to Pettiford, 3 on the way. Rimmed out. Camara able to corral it, and Boyd gets the floater as he hits the deck, but the ball goes through.
I mean, that's the thing. You would think, of course, Boyd a bit shorter than everyone else, but at the same time, you know, he's just going to see angles a bit differently, and it will just throw off, you know, guys like, of course, 22 for the Delaware Knights, where it's just like you feel so much taller that you feel like there's no way he can make a shot through, but, you know, more often than not, they know how to do it than a guy with the height advantage figuring it out first.
There's Pettiford in the open floor, off the glass and off the front of the rim in. I'll tell you who made that play. That's MJ Boyd. We'll take a look at the replay. Tipped by Boyd. Pettiford able to corral it and finish it.
And again, another sort of advantage with the height. Just sort of snuck it, like through everyone.
Yeah.
Just snuck in there, knocked it away, and Pettiford nicely just landed in the breadbasket.
Tell you what, I would not have said MJ Boyd would have been the difference maker as these players walked onto the court. We didn't really talk about him in the opening spiel, but here he is early on. Clean-up points, shots from deep. He's doing it all defensively. Immaculate as well, but we're going to take a quick break here. Score 11-5, 9 minutes to play here in the first half. Ace is up. Stay right here for this conclusion of the first half. Back as the Knights are trailing 6, a position they are not familiar with. Inbound goes to Corey Copeland. Copeland staring down Camara. He'll dump it off. Now into the corner where it's being worked across the floor but tipped away by, that was Tyler Pettiford.
Yeah, I was going to say, just staring down sort of the receiver too much, and just made it easy for Pettiford to understand, okay, if he doesn't go up with the ball here, he's obviously passing it to this corner. He had no other options.
Beautiful move there by Copeland. Lost Camara.
It's good body control as well. It can be tough dealing with the pressure at this age.
And elevating above the defense is Tyler Pettiford for the mid-range shot. AESA is really stepping on the gas here early.
Absolutely.
3, no good. Offensive rebound for the Knights. Over to Copeland, top of the key. Copeland's going to take a second here. He's working against Camara. He'll dump it off this time. With it's Liam Moore. Moore with his left hand is going to put up a shot off the glass. Won't fall. Camara rebound.
Yeah, I think maybe a little hopeful there for a foul by Moore.
Yeah, inside now is Kamara. Off the dribble, won't go. Here's Moore in transition, up and in. No shot, blocked by Pettiford.
He's doing everything right now.
Quickly to the other way to Kamara, and one. Strong finish inside. Just leaving Gavin Jacobs on the floor in absolute disbelief.
And to a degree, it almost feels to me like a bigger flex than any sort of celebration because he just went up, made a shot, and just turned around. Like it meant nothing to him.
Like he's done it 1,000 times before. And drilling the free throw is Sinise Kamara. Quickly the other way, and with the attempted slam, no good. Ball was just a little bit sticky on the palm there, didn't want to go through.
I don't mind the idea, love seeing the athleticism, but again, you're, only down 9, but still, you're down right now.
And there's Pettiford with the reverse layup and a little bit of energy. AESA up 18-7.
I think while you're down, it just doesn't make sense to go for a dunk, especially when it's not a sure thing like it might be for, so in the men's league where we'll see later.
Stolen by Parsons, now kicked over to Boyd. Boyd was facing a double team, but Parsons will be fouled with it. The perpetrator is number 5, Drew Baskerville. We'll see an inbound from the side here and a couple of substitutions. Looks like checking into the game is Tim Fisher for AESA. It's going to send MJ Boyd to the bench. An active defensive hands will give us another inbounds.
And that's the thing with Delaware. I mean, they've shown some flashes of good defense so far. It just feels like AESA either just has that little bit extra energy, a little extra gear, or maybe, Delaware still is not fully ready to play yet.
Hard foul in transition. The perpetrator, Nolan Parsons, sent, that was Baskerville to the floor. Who would have thought? 18-7, the top-ranked Delaware Knights find themselves in an 11-point deficit early on here.
I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. I've seen AESA a few times, and certainly they are a good team, but I always thought, especially on the offensive end, that they were a little bit stagnant, and maybe on the defensive end, they might have been a little bit incomplete.
Yeah,
they have Pettiford. Great reverse layup there.
Yeah, offensive stagnant no more, says Corey Copeland. Reverse layup off the glass. That looks pretty.
But yeah, they have Pettiford and Kamara, but it felt like besides that, they didn't really have sort of a stable, fully stable team. And, of course, I've heard so much about Delaware, so I really just was expecting this to 100% go Delaware's way, so I'm a little surprised.
We had a backcourt violation there by AESA. Yielded off. Everyone thought for a second maybe they weren't going to call it because maybe the last to touch it was the Delaware Knights defender, but officials not seen it that way, so Corey Copeland now working inside. Kicks it out to the corner. With it is Dylan Donaldson. Now it's Baskerville at the top of the key. He's working against Parsons. Parsons active hands. He stole it away. We're headed in the other direction. With it is Gavin Jacobs. Back to Parsons. Parsons underneath, and the foul! Masterful finish. Nolan Parsons.
And just a great, 2 possessions in a row. First, the steal off of Baskerville. He just gets his hands sort of just in between Baskerville's arms, just swipes down super easy, and then a great finish there. That is true defense into offense, and this time just by one guy.
Yeah, gritty bucket. I could tell AESA just wants this championship. Delaware Knights got to find some answers here. 21-9 is the hole they find themselves in. Tice Harbin has been silent all day. That is not something we are accustomed to for the Delaware Knights, and yet another offensive possession yielding no points. AESA's got it. Parsons from deep won't connect. A little bit of a heat check there. Copeland working with it against Donaldson, or against Deshaun Smith, I apologize. Now it's a 3 on the way. There's Harbin, not going to fall. Worked inside and blocked. Here's Copeland, and he soars up. He's the only offensive weapon that has been a positive force here for the Knights. Getting trapped the other way, and it's stolen out of the hands of Gavin Jacobs, and taking it right back is AESA, spinning inside. Incomplete. We're going back and forth now with the full head of steam. Is Sosa up and under and in.
I was saying interesting earlier with the bounce pass. Of course, those are usually easier to catch, but of course at the cost of the fact that they can be stolen earlier or easier. And so I liked, of course, they get right back to basically the same scenario, and they change it up just to guarantee, all right, we're getting the points here.
All right, so with the timeout on the floor, the score is 21-13. We've got 2 minutes to play here in this first half. You're watching the championships of the Youth League of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Welcome you back to Kenneth M. Caldwell Court, where AESA just inbounded. Deshaun Smith working the half court. Got knocked away for a second, but with it is Gavin Jacobs. He has it stolen by Copeland. Now Sosa kicks it to Harbin in the corner. 3-ball on the way, off the iron, no good.
And so far, I feel like we're seeing more of the Delaware Knights that I sort of assumed was going to happen with their defense, their transition, defense especially.
Pettiford's working against Sosa. It's going to be knocked away for a second. A little bit of confusion, but it'll stay with AESA. Last touch, it appeared to be Tice Harbin.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I mean, it would have been tough to see if it was off of an AESA foot or.
Boyd checking back into the game. He's taking the spot of Gavin Jacobs. MJ Boyd had an explosive start to this first half. He was really playing well. Snake Eyes attempted an inbound from Deshaun Smith, unsuccessful. Tice Harbin able to come away with it.
Again, a bit of an ambitious attempt on that pass, but
stolen away once more. Now it's AESA in transition. But can you believe it? It was stolen by Delaware Knights, and a timeout's going to be called as Corey Copeland found himself on the floor. Still 21-13, just a minute 23 left to play here. If you're in the AESA huddle, what are you saying to your team here, Tyson?
I just think you got to keep putting in the energy. I mean, they're getting really a lot that they want to defensively. Maybe the only thing I might change is just maybe a little bit more hesitant on closeouts, just because it feels like everything that Delaware's gotten has been inside. And so far as guys, like you've mentioned, Harbin, they haven't gotten it together when it comes from deep, so you might as well just let them shoot themselves out of the game.
Yeah.
Get those get those defensive rebounds.
That is a great point. I'm impressed with AESA's ability to progress the ball across half court. It's not something we've seen from teams playing the Knights, but they've been able to do it at a consistent clip, so I'm really impressed. Now we're headed the other way. With it is Khalif Wilson. He beats Smith up and elevating. Above the rim is Khalif Wilson. An exclamation mark to get the Knights back involved.
And that's certainly more of what he wanted earlier in this half. And almost 8 seconds there for AESA.
Yeah, Pettiford able to corral it across half court. He'll get it right back. It was stolen, trying to get to Camara. Now it's Harbin with a full head of steam. His layup no good.
Seems like there's a lid only for himself.
Yeah.
When it comes to that basket.
Now Nolan Parsons is on the floor battling with two Knights, and a jump ball will be called. Possession's going to stick with AESA. for the time being.
I mean, you can just see there just a crossover and a quick burst of speed. I mean, that's about as simple as it's going to get. I was going to say for AESA, when it comes to the press, I mean, the thing with zone presses is that there basically are like a couple solutions. Once you know that, it can be pretty easy to beat them.
A rare mid-range miss from Boyd. The ball knocked out of bounds. Last to touch it was Pettiford. So now we'll see an inbound from that explosive athlete, Khalif Wilson.
But yeah, I mean, once you know the solution, it's just about execution, and AESA has done a very good job at executing so far when it comes to that press.
Decisive movement to the rim from Bray Sosa. His second chance bucket falls. And aggressive defense here in the full court with just 8.3 to play. We'll see another inbound from AESA.
I mean, that is something else you can do, I feel, with zones like this and with Delaware, is that I think initially they were sort of immediately trapping.
Yep.
And now I think, except for in this case,
Sinise Camara in transition off the glass, gets the roll with 3.2 to play in the half. Copeland from full court. That was closer than AESA would have liked it to be, but that'll do it for the half. 23-17 is the score. It's been tight.
absolutely. And I think, again, what got it tighter was Delaware sort of changing their mindset with that trap, or with that press. Instead of saying, we're going to trap you immediately, they let them get the ball and they let them pick it up slowly, and that change just made AESA a little bit less comfortable. And so we saw, once that sort of happened, they sort of could smell blood and start getting more steals.
Yeah. I'll stay right here for our little halftime interview coming from our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine. She's going to pull aside the head coach of the Delaware Knights, see where his head's at here. His team down 6 points. This might be the first time they've ever been trailing going into the second half, which is a truly shocking thing, but we'll head it down to Kayla Levine right now.
You guys are down right now, but your team hustled their way back in the first half. There's 16 minutes left to go in this game. What are some adjustments your team needs to make?
We just got to tighten up our defense. Our offense is there. We know we could get whatever we want. It's just the defense. And as you see, we closed the gap a little bit to end this quarter, this half. And, yeah, we'll see.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. He emphasized defense. That is something that the Knights need to clamp down on. I'm sure he's emphasizing the importance of aggressive full-court defense, as is customary with the Knights. But that's going to do it for us here for the first half. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the Youth Championships of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. me back to the second half of the Youth League Championships of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. Score is 23-17. It's a 6-point difference in a spot the Knights don't often find themselves. Beyond clamping down on the defensive effort, which we heard mentioned by the coaching staff, Tyson, what are some other keys for the Delaware Knights to get back in this one?
I think I'm going to give 2 offensive ones. I think the first one is I think they just need to keep the ball to themselves. I think any turnovers into the middle of the court or something that's not going immediately out of bounds, it just makes it too tough for their defense to set up. These guys are too athletic. And we've seen AESA, especially today, when they get a steal, they almost always turn it into a basket. And I think also any sort of spacing that they can get right now from any sort of outside shooting, I think would also be very helpful.
Spinning inside and getting one off the glass is Makai Graves. Strong way to start off the half, and all great points there. Here's some defense in the full court, and Boyd's going to kick that one away. It's going to be a turnover for the Delaware Knights.
And that's the thing. I mean, obviously they made the basket there, and so the ball has to go out of bounds, so you can sort of set up. But even if it's they miss a shot and it's a defensive rebound, it's really hard for guys to turn and just turn that into a fast break unless that's all they do.
Yeah.
And so I think a miss will also help in the same way.
Well, it's been the Makai Graves show, and a really savvy play made by Bray Sosa, leaping out of bounds and spiking the ball off the chest of Tyler Pettiford. He'll buy another possession for the Delaware Knights.
Yeah, I don't know what Pettiford was really looking for there. That just looked like good 3-quarter defense by Sosa, and then, of course, the smart play with throwing the ball off.
Ball stolen out of the hands of Ahmad Spence. Now here's Pettiford, mid-range. Not going to fall. Sosa with the rebound. He'll kick it back out to the wing. It's Harbin spinning inside. Harbin working up. He'll be fouled. Won't get the roll. Tice Harbin sent to the line for 2.
Yeah, it's good to see him maybe being a bit more active. I know you certainly pointed him out to me before the game, and certainly he was a bit more quiet in the first half. So,
yeah, typically the 2 difference makers on this squad, Jet Truitt and Tice Harbin. These 2 guys quiet today. Makai Graves showing up in a big way. Corey Copeland showing up in a big way as well. He's really was the offensive engine when nobody else was early going for the Delaware Knights. Here in half court, and it's stolen right away. Jet Truitt was involved there. Worked over to him on the wing. He's taking on MJ Boyd, makes Boyd skid. Sosa Euros inside off the bottom of the rim. Graves trying to clean it up, but he'll be fouled as well. Back-to-back foul shots coming for the Knights.
and of course, as you see this drive and the offensive rebound, I mean, you could see after that made basket, even though AESA, they wanted to go fast, I mean, Delaware Knights, they were just too set up. And it was so easy for them to just close down. You saw basically a triple team on the AESA ball handler there. And it's just easier to do when give yourself a chance to do that as opposed to having to just rush back on a turnover and find a man.
And the Knights are leading for the first time since it was 1-0 off of Makai Graves' free throw. Working inside and getting fouled is Gavin Jacobs. So we'll see an inbound coming from the sideline. Ahmad Spence was the perpetrator.
I assume he just hit too much of the hand.
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, it looked like he just hacked down there.
I thought it was great positioning just for the steal itself.
Pettiford just threw that one up there off the mark. Now it's down to the corner. Here's Harbin. Jump stop inside. A lot of contact, no call. Now with a full head of steam is Pettiford up. Off the glass and in.
Good defense there by AESA. And again, you're seeing any chance they take for a fast break to make one, they just will.
Lob pass to Graves. Graves with contact. Won't fall. He'll go to the line. He knows just when to put up shots. He's a very situationally aware basketball player.
And first, a good slip there on the screen, but also even smarter. He just felt a little push And you saw he sort of threw the ball. It's very much like an NBA sort of savvy move
Yeah.
that you see guys do nowadays. Something I would not expect from an 8th grader, or maybe soon to be 9th grader if they were just in 8th grade.
(25-25) is the score. 11 minutes to play. Couldn't have asked for a better game here in the youth championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. Now it's Nolan Parsons trying to beat the full court press. He'll do it successfully. Sinise Camara going to go up with it. It'll be blocked. Makai Graves the last to touch it as he swatted it out of the hands.
Yeah, I mean, for as good as Boyd and Parsons have been so far, I think another adjustment maybe that Delaware has made is when they trap, they are choosing to trap those two just because of their shorter stature. It just makes it harder to pass. I mean, that's just the obvious answer. When you're that short, it just makes it harder to see everyone.
Yep. Jet Truitt pushing the pace the other way. He'll take a lot of contact, and it's going to be an offensive foul on Jet Truitt.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, I don't know if there was actually enough contact, but definitely just the left arm went too high. And, again, it's sort of unfortunate for Truitt just because Boyd is so short that,
you're
you know.
talking about the disadvantages of being short. There's an advantage right there.
Absolutely.
Stolen out of the hands. And up and the other way is Tice Harbin. Harbin finally gets on the board today. That was taken out of the hands of Gavin Jacobs. Here's Pettiford quickly to Camara. Camara inside off the glass.
And, yeah, I mean, that's sort of what AESA needs to do more of. I mean, 2-2-1, always going to be weak in the middle. And so then you go from middle to, you know, post to block. That's always going to work for you.
And they got Ahmad Spence on a travel and just a devious PA announcement there.
Yeah, they run an extra DJ, and so putting some sound effects. It
was a nifty move there in the half court, but it was stolen out of the hands of Jacobs. Now here the other way was Khalif. He can't get that one to go. There's MJ Boyd. He's working outside the three-point arc. He'll be double-teamed and give it up. Back to Jacobs. Jacob works inside. Lost it for a second. Off the back of the iron, won't fall. In transition to Spence. Spence jump stops hard. He's fouled. Probably a wise foul there from Pettiford. Yeah, Tyson?
And I think I would agree. And I think at the same time, you see a difference between Spence and Wilson, where Spence, he went in strong. He went in knowing, okay, I'm going to get hit, but doesn't matter. I just have to go up there. To me, I felt Wilson, when he tried to go up, he tried to avoid the contact as much as possible. And even though that, in a way, is smart just because you have the best chance of making the layup, that also gives you the lowest chance of getting the foul actually called, especially at this age group where they want to see, you know, that you take take a little bit of the contact first just to, you know, toughen you up, so to speak.
Yeah. That's a good point. 8 minutes and 13 seconds to play here as Jet Truitt fields the inbound. He kicks it inside to Graves. Graves trying to work the post game. He'll put one up. Not going to fall. Rolls off the rim.
Yeah, maybe could have had a foul called there just because.
Now it's Harbin working against Parsons. Parsons going to win that matchup. With the ball knocked out of bounds, last to touch it was Sinise Camara for AESA.
Let's say Camara on Graves, you could see on the offhand was definitely holding on to Graves, but he let go early enough to the point that when the shot went up, they just didn't see it.
Working outside the three-point arc is Ahmad Spence. Once again worked inside to Graves. Three ball from Spence. Pure. Nothing but net for Ahmad Spence. Separates the Knights to a 4-point lead.
And that's great knowledge by Spence, just knowing, okay, these guys are almost certainly going to double team, and immediately just gives it back up.
Harbin for three, nothing but nylon. The Delaware Knights starting to kick it into gear now. Boyd looking to respond the other way off the front of the rim, no good. Khalif Wilson, full field pass to Harbin, off the glass and in. Strong run for the Delaware Knights, and a timeout now going to be called by AESA. We'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, great cross-court pass there. but also sort of unfortunate for AESA, as you saw one time fighting the press, they got a little fancy with the passes and ended up losing it the other time.
Yeah.
Pass in the middle, and Pettiford just ran up.
Yeah.
Because that's the truth. 2-2-1, that's wide open. They can't clamp down on you fast enough. If they try to, then you're going to have a wide open man. So it's unfortunate they maybe figured that out a little too late.
Yep, it's a great point, and the defensive prowess starting to take over for the Knights a little bit as they start scoring. It's 36-27 here in the championship of the Brotherly Love Youth Game. You're watching the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here. Welcome back in to Penn Charter. Possessing it now is Tim Fisher. It's stolen, kicked inside and off the glass in for Khalif Wilson. They have been eating AESA alive in the transition game.
I was going to say, I've been a little confused why they were sort of changing their methodology for the press. I mean, you see it again. Pettiford just getting in the middle and driving works just fine. Instead, they overcomplicated the first time and then give up free 2 points.
Sosa coast to coast and one. Stunning move. We'll take a look at the replay here.
It just gets around the defender and then hesitates for the other one to fake a pass. And
for a second there, it looked like he was writhing in pain, but instead he was just exuberant about his successful bucket.
Absolutely.
So we'll see Bray Sosa at the line now, looking to complete this three-point play. He does just that. 41-29 now. Suddenly, the Delaware Knights can put it in cruise control.
Absolutely, and certainly I was saying to CUNY in the break, it sort of reminds me of other travel teams I've seen where you're just so athletic and you have enough shooting that you can get a press to work. It's so easy to build leads and so easy to just trip up teams. Some guys just don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And sometimes even if you get told what to do, you get in there and then everyone's in your face and you start panicking. It's tough to beat a press when you're young. So a little surprised that it took Delaware this long to maybe be dominating, but still, AESA, no stranger to making comebacks.
They're going to have to find one in him now, and a steal is going to help. Here's Jacobs in transition. Jacobs through traffic. He'll be fouled. He found himself in a sticky situation there with two Knights surrounding him, but able to come away with 2 free throws pending. Makai Graves is the perpetrator, and the Knights are going to call a timeout. AESA looking to come back from this 12-point deficit. It's 4:42 left to play in this championship game. You're watching the Sports Fan Base Network. We welcome you back to Penn Charter, where Gavin Jacobs is at the free throw line. His first shot, no good. AESA looking to complete a 12-point comeback with 4:44 in the game. Not a whole lot of time on this top-seeded Delaware Knights team. They've just been blowing teams out. It's impressive. AESA's in it.
And that's the thing, a couple of steals, maybe some made free throws. Of course, you need to do it on the defensive end, but
can't let Corey Copeland just slice right through your defense.
But the previous defensive and offensive possession, certainly, I mean, that's how you get back in these games like this.
Yeah. That was Parsons. It just flew out of the hands of. He was the last to touch it. Now we'll see Copeland on the inbound. 4 minutes and counting. 43-30 the score. Defending now is MJ Boyd. He's taking on Dylan Donaldson. Donaldson trying to slice through two. He'll lose it. Pettiford, 3-on-2 opportunity. He'll kick it to Boyd. Boyd for three. Way short.
I like Pettiford giving it to Boyd. Again, knowing, hey, you're a better shooter than me. You take it.
And
a very selfless play there.
Maybe chasing points, shooting from beyond the three-point arc when you need a couple anyway. But Copeland going to miss one there, and a scary sight is Pettiford slow to get up on the baseline. Not even going to defend the Graves layup, and no foul called. Graves in vehement disagreement. We'll see an inbound here.
Unfortunately, Pettiford sort of limping off.
Yeah, it didn't look good.
Basically asking for a substitution, and now he is on the floor looking at his ankle.
Yeah, it didn't look good. He was in a lot of pain and realized that it was stolen by the Knights, and the ball was coming right back to him. He was the last line of defense and kind of just got in the way of Graves. Not a great sign. Elevating was Donaldson. He couldn't connect, and now it's stolen by Wilson. Working with it on the wing is Sosa. Up and no good. Trying to make some magic in the open court is Smith, but it's Sosa stealing it, and he won't get the roll. 2 free throws on the way.
And again, another sort of savvy move that I feel I see in the NBA. Sosa sort of checking the shoulders a little bit because he knows the guy's coming towards him, getting enough contact, definitely get a foul called, and then but keeping it so he can actually get a good shot up still.
Ray Sosa's been solid today, as has everyone on the Delaware Knights team, but really Corey Copeland has been a difference maker. Both free throws nailed by Sosa.
I mean, to me, that is sort of an indicator of a great championship game is who is someone maybe less likely that you see step up.
Yeah.
For Delaware, it's Copeland. For AESA, it was Boyd, but it seems like Boyd slowed down more.
Yeah.
And then, of course, now Pettiford is also slowed down, maybe been impaired.
And Boyd took a hard shoulder there. He'll be punished with a blocking call going against him. A little bit of insult to injury there.
Yeah, but I was just going to say, it feels like it feels as though Delaware, their foundation started to heat up, and AESA's foundation maybe cooled down on top of the changes in how they're running their press.
First free throw finds its way through for Dylan Donaldson. 46-30 the score. It's not looking good here for the AJ English Sports Academy, as they are down 16, just a minute 36 to play. Both free throws made, make it 17.
And it's going to be frustrating because they put up such a good fight, especially early on in the first half, but it just sort of fell away from them.
3 ball on the way, not going to fall. Got a half-court pass, makes its way to Baskerville. Baskerville for 3, front of the rim, no good. Here's Donaldson taking his turn at it. Same result. Now it's MJ Boyd carrying across half court. He'll take a 3 of his own. That one's going to fall. Leave it to MJ Boyd to show you how it's done. Might be too little too late. Copeland's taking his time with it. We're under a minute to play here, and there's no shot clock in the youth league, so there's no hurry for the Delaware Knights. They'll just pass it around for a while.
I was going to say, for Delaware, I mean, I feel like they're trying to sort of score for glory, but if they want to, they don't have to shoot a single shot.
Baskerville puts one up from the wing and nails it the other way quickly, and getting it stuck in the rim. That was Deshaun Smith. 28.9 to play. We'll get an inbound here for AESA.
And a bit of a scary fall for Donaldson.
Yeah, a little bit.
He just didn't have his heels under him, but it looks like he's fine.
Sinise Kamara bringing this to a 15-point game, maybe just making it look a little bit more respectable. It was a tight game all day. It's not what you'd expect seeing a 50-35 score, but in that last 5 or so minutes, the Delaware Knights just pulled away.
Yeah. Certainly.
It looks like that's going to do it, too.
Seeing Wilson here, he really should just dribble it out. You can see AESA, they were ready to give it up, but in Delaware just having fun with the win.
So Delaware Knights are champions of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am Youth League. Congratulations to the Delaware Knights, and congratulations to the AJ English Sports Academy, the runners-up on a hard-fought season. It's been fun watching everyone in the Youth League perform this summer. Everyone was balling out. The Delaware Knights proving to be the strongest team. Now, over the season, if you had asked me any other game, I would have told you that the clear favorite for MVP is Tice Harbin. Now, you ask me about this game, I think it's got to go to Corey Copeland, number 8 in blue.
I agree. I feel like he was just everywhere, offensively, defensively, just doing so much. And so, no, I agree. I would give it to Copeland. You know, most important game, he played his absolute best. Similar to, you know, how the Eagles gave it to Jalen Hurts. I think you got to give it to Copeland.
Yep, I'm in agreement with you there, and stay right here for the awarding of the trophy. See that on the top of your screen to the Delaware Knights. We've also got an interview with our sideline reporter coming up with the Sports Fan Base Network MVP of this game, and coming up right after this is another championship game. This one's the women's matchup. Team Ice taking on Brotherly Love. Team Ice has been a juggernaut all season. Brotherly Love with a couple of gritty wins to find their way in the championship game. And there's that trophy you mentioned, Tyson, that massive trophy. I agree with you. I've never gotten one that big.
I mean, I know it's going to the team at the end of the day, so, you know, it's not like every player is getting one, but still, it would feel nice just to be awarded with a trophy like that one way or another.
And if you think that was all the high-stakes action, this game, we've got the women's championship game, and after that, it's the men's championship game. We've got the defending champs, Rec 6, taking on Red Rose Thunder. But there, congratulations to the Delaware Knights as they receive their trophy after a hard-fought season. Certainly earned it. All right, so we'll step aside as the Delaware Knights celebrate this win. We'll be right back with our sideline interview from Kayla Levine, and after that, Team Ice taking on Team Brotherly Love in the Women's Championship League. Stay right here on the Sports Fan Base Network. And we're back. Just saw the Delaware Knights get their trophy, and now we'll see Kayla Levine, our sideline reporter, talking to Makai Graves in a post-game interview.
Came back and won the championship today after being down double digits in the first half. What changed?
We turned up the intensity on defense. We definitely, it was a tough game, but we turned up the intensity on defense. We got key stops. We came down, we got buckets, we scored the ball, put the ball in the basket.
And you just won the championship for the Brotherly Love Games. What went through your head and your team's head getting to that point?
Definitely a lot of excitement, because the road here, we won every game by 30, so we came into this game expecting to win about a lot. And it was just like, we started off slow. We thought we was just going to blow them out, but we definitely turned up the intensity and came back and won that game.
And is there a favorite memory from this summer league so far?
For sure, definitely the first 2 weeks, we had a lot of fun. We won both games by 50, so we got to have fun on the court.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. Yeah, you heard Makai Graves there talk about a couple of the coaching points that were mentioned in the first half. Defense, defense, defense. And just talking about how fun it is to be on a team blowing teams out by no less than 30 a game, 50 in the first weeks. Hard fought for the whole season. And you get a lot of respect there for AESA as well, as they were the only team to really have a fighting chance for the Knights all season.
Yeah, really did a good job in the first half. It almost felt like it was flipped on its head, but
yep,
Delaware just came out in the end.
I'll stay right here because in just 2 minutes and 45 seconds, we'll be back with Brotherly Love taking on the top-seeded team, Ice. And that's sure to be a star-studded matchup with another presentation of a trophy coming at the end of it. It's the championship for the Women's League of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am coming up next on the Sports Fan Base Network. Welcome back to Penn Charter, where the women's championship is just about underway. We've got Brotherly Love in red taking on Team Ice in that light green color. Looks like we'll start over on the tip.
Yeah, it looked like McGee Stafford was gonna do it first, but instead it was Davis. If you're jumping, you can't catch the ball.
Yeah.
I did that once against a team where we were going against 7-footer, and of course I was not gonna win the jump. I did the Nate Robinson.
Yeah.
And yeah, they called me out on it.
Oh, you got to do what you got to do. But here we are. We're underway. Brotherly Love fought tooth and nail to get into this championship game. Team Ice, on the other hand, hasn't played a playoff game yet. But they're the top seed, so it'll be interesting to see how Brotherly Love fares as Hannah Timmons throws that one away into the hands of Dara Taylor.
Yes, and of course it's interesting, of course, with Team Ice not having Kiki Vandeweghe, of course, their WNBA player who usually plays with them. But,
Yeah.
of course, they still have a lot of talent. And, of course, probably the easiest one to see as she makes the mid-ranges, McGee Stafford.
Yeah, she's going to be a weapon all day today. She can hit the mid-range, she can hit the deep, and she is a weapon on the boards as well. Here's a 1-footer that's going to go Drano. That was a stunner. Bree Butler.
And also almost another score there with a quick turnover on the inbounds. But I'm going to stick with Ice.
Siani Martin clangs that off the back of the iron. 2-2 the score in the early goings here. We're playing 10-minute quarters here in the championship game. Daisy Wilson possessing on the wing. She'll put up a 3. Not going to fall. McGee Stafford on the board. It's Joy Morton now. Here's Morton. Puts up a 3 of her own. That's off the front of the rim. No good. Rebounded by O'Brien. O'Brien inside. Siani Martin cleans it up off the glass.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have been an over the back there, but you saw with the box out, it just sort of kept spinning her. And usually that can be tough to call.
And Taylor there drills the free throw mid-range. Now it's Morton directing traffic. She'll dump it off to O'Brien. O'Brien right, back to Morton in the corner. And it kind of trickles away from Morton. Luckily, Hannah Timmons is there to clean up the mess. Cross-court pass, O'Brien for 3. Not going to fall.
Interesting, you sort of saw McGee Stafford there directing traffic.
And how about a steal from Morton? And she'll put up a mid-range. That one's no good. Kicked out by Timmons. Siani Martin now, the captain of this Team Ice squad, slicing into the paint. Left-handed finish. Nice move by Siani Martin.
Yeah, you can see it just as a captain should be ever reliable.
Lost it a little bit there, did Butler, but she'll put one off the glass. Won't go. O'Brien in transition, front of the rim. Mid-range, yes! Taylor O'Brien extends this Team Ice lead to 4. Mid-range again, free throw line, short. Getting her own rebound is Dara Taylor. And Davis is able to put that one through.
Yeah, great sort of no-look pass there. You know, one thing I thought about with this is, of course, that Brotherly Love, they played yesterday, a hard-fought game against Team Vandeweghe.
Yeah.
But, you know, Ice, much more well-rested.
Yeah.
Sort of a different dynamic there than what we normally talk about, which is usually people not having enough bodies on the roster for subs. But in this case, it might just be, you know, just continuous fatigue instead of short term.
Wilson working off a pick. And it's kicked by McGee Stafford out of bounds. They're looking for Davis on that pick and roll. But yet, to your point, in the semifinals, Brotherly Love took down Team Vandeweghe 41-40 in a slugfest. And the quarterfinals before that, it was 45-39 against Henry Hoops. 3 ball on the way, not going to fall. So it's been a hard-fought path for Brotherly Love. Our Team Ice has kind of just coasted into this championship game after a masterful regular season.
You know, funny enough, for that Brotherly Love game, I almost want to relate it to soccer, where it felt like Vandaway was sort of in possession with the win the whole time. Not that Brotherly Love, you know, was at a big deficit, and so then it was just sort of one counter, and Brotherly Love took the victory in the end.
Yep. McGee Stafford puts that one up. Last to touch it, a Brotherly Love defender. It'll stay. We'll see an inbound now from Morton. Siani Martin, mid-range. Not going to fall. Morton, a little bear hug that time. Goes against our Taylor, so we'll see a foul on the open floor. Wilson to inbound. Taylor to receive it. Hannah Timmons, she's an athletic guard in this league. She's wearing number 6 in green. Here's a three from the top of the key. Not going to go. Siani Martin puts one up. Short. Taylor with the rebound. It's worked over to the opposite wing where a three will fly. Been back and forth with not many buckets here in the early goings of the first as Morton decisively works inside before kicking out to O'Brien on the wing. No. And Taylor O'Brien able to clean up her own mess.
Yeah, it just feels like on both sides, just there's been a lid on the basket right now. Just nothing really falling. Well, there have been good shots for both teams.
Bree Butler can't buy a three-point attempt, but it's going to be stolen by Taylor, In the open floor and Euroing was Bryce Carr before getting it swiped away.
Fun enough, I had the same issue yesterday, of course, with Tyler for Vandaway and, of course, Taylor for Brotherly Love. Very similar names there.
And you get Dara Taylor on one squad and Taylor O'Brien on the other. So it should be a little easier Taylor and Taylor this time.
Yeah.
No Tyler. But it's kicked out. Three-point attempt on the way. Airballed. Here, no bueno from the PA announcer in the building. That's a great way to describe it. Timmons for three. Timmons is short. Davis able to knock the ball in the appropriate direction. And Davis will work with it once more.
And I think Team Ice being very physical really this whole time.
Davis is irate as she hit the floor without a foul call. Taylor O'Brien was decisive the other end, but Davis was trailing the play the whole time because she was protesting with the official. And I got to say, there was a lot of contact. I completely understand why she's so frustrated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, really this whole time, Team Ice has been very physical. And so it's sort of been my worry with Brotherly Love, just because even though, we said, no one's really making shots, the physicality isn't going to go away. When a team is playing physical and they're getting what they want, they're just going to keep hounding. On the offensive end, they'll figure it out, and so hopefully Brotherly Love will find a way to compete with it.
Despite the effort of Taylor, there'll be a Brotherly Love possession. Timmons defending. She got a hand on it. Knocked it out of bounds. Timmons a stout defender as well. Kicked over to the wing. Working inside is Brazil Carr. Three ball in the way. Not going to fall. It's AJ Timbers now taking her turn at it, and that one's pure. Finally breaking the scoring drought. It's 10-9. A little one-footer turnaround. And hitting the deck is Jordan Wallace. She couldn't get that one to go. Skip pass across the floor. One more. Three on the way. Front of the rim. Team Ice in transition. 1-on-2 opportunity. Taylor O'Brien. She's got a foul. And the bucket. Taylor O'Brien's going to head to the line. The chance to put her squad up 4.
And it's just sort of another example of what I was talking about. You see Team Ice Again, tough take there, a lot of contact, but just able to keep going and finish through it, as opposed to Bradley Love, where they've sort of shied away from the physicality.
Yeah.
So it'll be tough for them to maybe get the same calls.
And O'Brien not able to connect there, but Ice is going to get a second crack at it. That was an aggressive effort to yield 2 more free throws. Initially, it was courtesy of Hannah Timmons. It's worked back out, though. Clock's running here, as is customary in the Brotherly Love Pro-Am, so there's 10 more seconds to play here in this first quarter. We'll probably get one more quick offensive possession if Brotherly Love is aware enough. Here's Butler. She got it off in time. That's not going to fall. So that's going to do it. 14-9 is the score as we end our first quarter. Team Ice on top. We've still got another 30 minutes of basketball left to be played here in the Women's League Championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. You're watching the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here. Welcome you back to the start of the second quarter. It is 14-9, Team Ice on top. As carrying it across is Edwards, the other number 3. McGee Stafford dishes it off. Mid-range shot on the way, front of the rim. Right back to the shooter, second chance bucket, not gonna fall. Bryce Carr has the other way, and she just lost it.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the shooter, that being, find a number here. Might not actually have her. She might have joined late, but number 5.
Number 5, yep, no
really,
name for number 5.
Really kicks out her feet on the shot there. It's interesting, maybe that'll get maybe a foul on a 3, or actually yesterday they called an offensive foul for that.
Yeah. Edwards, not going to go. A little bit long there.
Get out of the weight room, I guess.
Dish back. Here's Davis. Davis way short. Putting it back up was Taylor, but she was stuffed by McGee Stafford.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see McGee Stafford, you know, maybe besides Davis, really a full head taller than everyone. So no surprise her getting a block like that.
The inbound to Carr is successful. Just dropped off to Timbers. Timbers mid-range. That's a little bit off the mark. Looked good for a second, but Taylor O'Brien is pickpocketed. They're going to call a foul on Timbers. Timbers can't believe it.
Maybe a little surprise again. I thought that was a pretty clean steal from behind, but I guess not.
O'Brien dishes the inbound off to Morton. Morton strong with her left hand, puts it off the glass, no good. Tip in won't fall for McGee Stafford. They're going to call a backcourt violation. And I think Butler, maybe it was just across, Had her other foot planted in the backcourt when she received the pass. Was that it, Tyson?
Or maybe caught it mid-air but was jumping from the backcourt, and that can still count as backcourt. I was going to say for McGee Stafford there, I feel like she doesn't need to really tip it. I mean, she could just catch it with 2 hands just above everyone.
Yeah, she is certainly capable of getting above the rim. That's Cassandra Colon putting one up, mid-range, good. Finally getting one to fall. That's that elusive number 5. That's Cassandra Colon. Worked inside. Nice ball movement, but McGee Stafford there to swat it down. Here's O'Brien, full head of steam. She'll be fouled.
It's good to get something up there. I thought for a second that maybe she would pass to the other side of the paint, but you can really see there was no angle there for her to do so.
16-9 the score. First free throw up and good. O'Brien looking to take her second free throw. But Team Ice, even without Kiki Jefferson, off to a commanding 8-point lead here. Or now 9. It's Butler. Here, shooter being called out throughout the building. Everyone knows. Davis mid-range off the mark. Taylor O'Brien, she's been good today. Loses it as she tries to cut through the paint. Joy Morton is battling with Davis, and a jump ball will be called. And that's a fun matchup. Rice Davis and Joy Morton. We'll see those two face to face at the stripe for a jump ball. With the height advantage is Davis. And she will tip that one. Wow, nice save made on the sideline there by Dara Taylor. Butler with it, kicks it over to Timbers. Timbers 3. It's going to clatter off the iron, no good.
I was actually going to say, with that setup, I actually personally would have put McGee Stafford further away from the basket. I know it seems sort of counterintuitive with you want height closer, but again, for that reason, if you don't get it, now you can have usually your rim protector close enough back where she can get back there and help out on defense.
Davis mid-range won't fall. She's been off. Cologne's going to take a chance at a 3, not going to go. Davis snatches that rebound. Dishes back to Butler. Butler for 3. Pure. Massive shot from Bree Butler to get back in this game. Hannah Timmons on the back cut. She'll receive it. Spinning and working. It's not going to go, and another jump ball is going to be called here. Davis again in the mix, and this time it's with Cassandra Colon. We'll take a look at the replay of this 3-ball.
Yeah, again, just found just enough space to fit it through. There's a great shot there.
Yeah, and how about the effort to set up that play from Dara Taylor? Do that more than once today. Here's McGee Stafford with one hand putting it up. She'll get her own board off the glass, and that time it's good.
You can see there, I mean, is always going to be able to release the ball above everyone, so it just makes sense. Catch it first, secure it, and then go for the layup.
Foul going to be called before the jump ball. So we'll see a side out here. Daisy Wilson working with her right hand. Kicks it out. Here's Butler. Butler's got it. Yet again. It's a coach's dream to have a player like Bree Butler come in when you're down by a bunch and cut the lead down quickly with some masterful 3-ball shooting.
Saying right now, I mean, again, you're dealing with McGee Stafford in the middle, so being able to score on the outside just to get away from her. Sort of admitting, yeah, not going to beat that matchup, but at the same time, just finding a good solution.
Bree Butler receiving the ball in the backcourt and getting direction from her coach. She'll dump it off to Dara Taylor. Now Taylor's working with her left. She'll put one up. That one's going to roll off the rim. She wanted a foul call. Here's Joy Morton. Back out to McGee Stafford. Deep two. Will just trickle on in.
It's funny, I almost feel like she has a bit of a softer touch for her mid-range than with the layup.
I agree. I totally agree. Here's Wilson. Wilson for three. Not going to go. They're going to foul on the inside. It's going to go against Jordan Wallace. Coach of Team Ice is not pleased. Frankly, a little confused, it appears.
Yeah, I feel I'm confused with him only because, again, the call is so delayed. I feel like if it was called, you know, maybe in the middle of the arc at the start of the shot, it would just feel more natural.
Bree Butler yet again. Why not Bree Butler? Just like that, it's 22-18. Joy Morton. Dump it off to Jordan. And Jordan's going to lose it for a second, but last to touch it was Butler.
Yeah, as you look at the replay here with Butler, I mean, again, sort of in and out dribble. Gets her defender's feet on Davis's feet. And is getting it wide open.
Morton initiates, gives it to McGee Stafford. McGee Stafford's three won't connect. Taylor to Butler. Butler for three. That one's not going to go. And a foul going to be called against Davis.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a heat check there.
Oh, absolutely.
But
No doubt about that.
again, a well-earned heat check at
Yeah.
that. I mean, when you're shooting that well, you just gotta, you know, see what the limit is.
Yeah. Here's O'Brien. O'Brien's three off the front of the rim won't fall. Butler kicks it up. Nice ball movement. And being knocked to the ground is Carr.
Yeah,
Ball was just bouncing everywhere on that possession.
Is they bouncing everywhere, and then, of course, probably while trying to recover, just a little too big of a push.
Yep. Dara Taylor. Here's Butler. Butler wide open in the mid-range. She's not missing that one.
Absolutely not. I mean, making the harder shots, of course, from deep, and so what's a little mid-range gonna do?
Here's the other way. It's Wallace. Bree Butler with short time. Gives it to Davis. Beautiful pass, but Davis couldn't complete it. She's had trouble completing the layups in previous games. Amani McGee Stafford the other way. Floater. That was a dreamy touch from Amani McGee Stafford.
I was gonna say, what a interesting thought. I thought she was gonna just pass it down to a teammate, but going for that instead.
3 seconds, shot put up, shot not good. That's going to do it for the half. 24-20 the score. Team Ice on top. Man, it was closer than we maybe would have thought it to be, but a really staunch effort from Brotherly Love to stay in this game.
Absolutely, and of course the biggest shout out, I mean, saying it enough, but Bree Butler, I mean, just shooting the absolute lights out of the ball, and so really that is what allowed Brotherly Love to stay in this game.
Yeah. I mean, without those clutch three balls and a couple of pure mid-range shots, I mean, I don't know where Brotherly Love would have been had it not been for the efforts of Bree Butler, as you mentioned. Davis is one player I'm looking out for to come into the second half swinging. We saw her just miss that shot on a masterful feed from Butler. So she's got to find a way to really clean up that layup game.
Absolutely.
But now stay right here for our sideline report. We've got our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, with the head coach of Brotherly Love.
guys are down right now, but you guys came back and hustled your way. What are some changes you need to see going into the second half? There's 16 minutes left.
Listen, for me, it's about competing. This championship, that's why we came out here to compete. We saw this team in the rump, kind of rubbed us the wrong way. We felt like we could have beat them and should have won the rump. But basketball is a game of opportunity, and that's what we came here to do. So, ready to compete. Second half is going to be good. We got to lock up on defense and make sure the ticky-tack layups that we're missing, we need to go in there and make sure we convert on those.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. A lot of key information there. I mean, we mentioned it. The coach mentioned it. I'm sure Davis knows it. It's all about cleaning up the layup game, and I like the way the head coach there phrased it. It's the ticky-tack layups, the stuff that you should be getting that just haven't been falling for Brotherly Love. And if that happens, I mean, they're right here in this game. It's just a two-possession game.
I mean, it's so tough just because, of course, for Davis, in her head, all she's thinking is, oh, I should have made that one. Oh, I should have made this one. I mean, that's what happens when you just miss the simplest stuff. And so, she could overthink it, hopefully, again, short memory. And so she'll just be able to go for the next one, and maybe it'll go in.
Yeah, I mean, the last quarterfinal matchup that I watched for Brotherly Love where they took on Henry Hoops, Davis was doing a phenomenal job of getting open and getting her hands free to shoot, but just couldn't complete the layups inside. It was a really tricky part of her game, so hopefully she can clean that up here as we head into the second half. Once again, the score is 24-20. Team Ice leads it. You're watching the championship game of the Women's League of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Second half coming right at you. Right back at you with the second half of Team Ice taking on Brotherly Love. Team Ice in possession. Taylor O'Brien now trying to expand on a 4-point lead. She'll put up a mid-range early. That's going to fall. It's a little bit slow going offensively for both teams. That's hopefully going to change here as we work into the third quarter. 20 minutes of basketball left to be played. Brotherly Love looking to win the championship that they're named after. Here's Butler with an explosive first half.
I was going to say, for Brotherly Love, I imagine the last thing they wanted was a first possession score for, of course, Team Ice.
There's Cassandra Colon working on the baseline. She'll be blocked by Davis, but find a way to keep it in. But Daisy Wilson will find it. She'll miss the transition layup. And fighting 3 Brotherly Love defenders was Hannah Timmons. She was fouled, and possession will head in the direction of Team Ice. With it is Joy Morton. She's going against Timbers, but she'll dish it off to Taylor O'Brien. Taylor O'Brien in the paint. She'll be fouled. O'Brien has just been deadly in the paint today. Extremely decisive when she gets the ball. You can see on the replay here, just catching it and going. No second thoughts.
Say, for me personally, I was a little distracted by the PA. And I was saying that Joy Martin was his favorite player. I feel like, again, you try to keep more. You try to maybe not say your favorites out loud. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's what they tell you.
You know, he's a young guy. Maybe if he has a child of his own, he'll kind of understand. You can't pick favorites.
Yeah,
you can't at least say it out loud.
That's Butler. She puts up a 3 quickly, drained like the kitchen sink. Free Butler, money.
I mean, that's got to be, what, 4th 5th 3 in this game? I mean,
I believe it's 3 number 4. There's Morton spinning off the glass, won't fall.
And that's the thing. With that, along with, I think, a layup, that's what, 14 to 17 of the 23 points that Brotherly Love has.
Yeah. That's conservative. We're probably missing a couple. Timmons fouled as she goes. They're discussing whether or not that was on the ground or not. Looks like she'll be shooting 2.
I mean, confusing that she'd be shooting 2. That's a clear and 1, but honestly, to me, there was a travel there first.
Yeah, and we saw, I believe it was Davis signaling a travel. Not going to get the call as Timmons. It was just 1 shot. I saw the official put out a 2, but I think he was overruled.
I imagine so, but I feel like we've said it once, we've said it 1,000 times. You know, if you can make it natural looking enough,
yeah,
you can get away with travel. You see it in the NBA, and you can see it here. And in fact, I was definitely coached on it a little bit, where it's just make it look a little bit more natural, and a lot can go your way.
Now here's Carr. And it's knocked away, and it's going to stay with Brotherly Love. Last to touch it, Timmons. Timmons is in absolute disbelief once again, and she's jawing with the official. That's the second time that she felt that she was awarded possession, but Carr is going to take that the other way quickly in all the confusion. Easy bucket for Brotherly Love.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that definitely was off of Timmons. She was the last one to touch the ball, just tip it away, and then I felt Brotherly Love just didn't really go for the ball. Once they saw, it's running out of bounds, we'll keep it anyway.
Starting to get physical here as a full court pass flies out the back of the court. Possession heads back to Team Ice. Taylor O'Brien to inbound, and it is still a tight game. 5 points is the difference with 5 minutes to play here in this third quarter. If you're watching our youth game, talking about how the Delaware Knights aren't used to teams hanging around. Same with Team Ice. They're used to dominating. And that's Siani Martin with it. Siani Martin from the mid-range. She'll be fouled and head to the line.
In fact, I think the only time, or at least the last time Team Ice had someone hanging around was when Kiki Jefferson actually went on the other team to help fill up the roster. So I think
that was the only time they really lost the game. It's not official on their record because there was a forfeit, then they were just like, we'll just play another game. So Kiki Jefferson went to Team Vandewey, and they lost that game.
Absolutely. So,
but yeah.
Definitely have enough talent even without Jefferson this time around, but yeah, and just sort of you lose your trump card.
Yeah.
And just makes it a little bit more work.
The other way is Davis. It's going to be kicked first. by McGee Stafford. Possession's going to stay with Brotherly Love. Its inbound is Brazil Carr. It's Daisy Wilson. She can get hot in an instant.
Now you could just sort of see the presence of McGee Stafford.
Davis can't get one to fall. Carr able to get the rebound. Second chance points fall.
But I just think Daisy Wilson, it felt like that was just going to be a clean mid-range for her.
Yep.
But again, I mean, you see it in the NBA all the time, just McGee Stafford, just so tall that you just assume, oh, even though she is 5 feet away, somehow it's just not going to go.
A nasty step back from Siani Martin. Absolutely disgusting. I feel like I need to wash my hands. Hannah Timmons with the steal. She's in the open floor to Siani Martin. Siani Martin can't keep it in bounds. She just overran the pass. It's a shame, as that was a really nice defensive effort from Hannah Timmons.
Yeah, just pass a little bit too late. It was going to be tough for, even if she did control the ball, it would have been at a really tough angle for her to actually make the layup.
Daisy Wilson hits the court. She's guarded by Timmons. With it is Carr, now Wilson. Wilson tried to give it back to Carr. They were playing a little two-man game, but Hannah Timmons knocked that ball out of bounds. She's been very active defensively.
But enough Wilson slipping and falling there, but keeping the dribble almost reminded me of the Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, almost
just
a little bit.
Just with the move, but again, it's just good ball handling by her just to keep it available and make sure, oh, I'm not going to be trapped in this corner.
And turnaround shot at the end of the buzzer. That was off the hand of Bree Butler. Looked a little confused at the rest of the team. I mean, everyone kind of fled because the shot clock rang out, but they hit the rim. They could have got another chance at it. Siani Martin for three off the back iron. Now Daisy Wilson again. She's cutting through the paint. She'll be fouled hard.
They just got clamped between two Brotherly Love defenders. No surprise in that call there.
So we'll see Daisy Wilson on the inbound. And Timmons standing in front of her. AJ Timbers not going to go for three. Here's Taylor O'Brien cutting through the defense and putting one off the glass.
Yeah, just a burst of speed from O'Brien, and also I feel that three from Timbers. Again, I'm trying to close down the deficit, but I mean that's the hardest contest you're probably going to get in this league.
And a timeout called by Brotherly Love with a 10-point deficit they are facing. It is 37-27, Team Ice on top. Just a minute 16 to play here in this third quarter. Time's starting to run out a little bit. But you're watching the Women's Championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here for third quarter action. Back here at Penn Charter. We're looking at Kenneth M. Caldwell Court. Our Brotherly Love is facing a 10-point deficit. Hannah Timmons looking to expand it even further. She broke away but couldn't hit the layup. Dara Taylor now snatches it right back. She's working against Timmons. She's got a step but will pull back. Dumped off to Carr, and Carr able to complete the play on the block.
I mean, massive shifts in momentum there. I mean, steal and the make, the layup there would be truly worst case scenario for Brotherly Love, but instead getting a little bit lucky and then a great play. So allowing them again to maybe inch closer back into this game.
Joy Morton inbounding to McGee Stafford. McGee Stafford facing off against Davis. Here's Siani Martin, mid-range. Got it. Big bucket there from Siani Martin to keep the lead at 10. No difference between shot clock and game clock. Dara Taylor is going to lose possession, and Siani Martin's going to have it in the open floor. She's got a step, and she's got the bucket. That's probably going to do it for the half, 41-29. Or for the third quarter, I apologize. We've got 10 minutes of basketball left to be played, and the score differential is 12. Quickly, this game got catastrophic for Brotherly Love. You're watching the championships of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here for the final quarter of action coming right up. We are back here looking at the final 10 minutes of play here between Team Ice and Brotherly Love. It's the championship game of the Women's League here for the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. Possessing now is Daisy Wilson. Dumps it off to Carr. Carr moving inside, off the glass, won't fall. Monty McGee Stafford able to get the rebound, but it's knocked away by Wilson. Now Daisy Wilson's got a three on the way. It's good.
It's a great shot there after, especially the steal.
Yeah, huge piece of shooting from Daisy Wilson. So huge, in fact, it's going to prompt a timeout from Team Ice early on in this fourth quarter with just 34 seconds ticked away. So we'll step aside once again. Score 41-32. You're watching the championships of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am Women's League here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Back. It's a 9-point game. Taylor O'Brien possessing. She's been a slasher today, and once again, she's cutting through the defense like a stream through the countryside. Another bucket for Taylor O'Brien. Three ball, Bree Butler off the mark. Siani Martin, she's got a step in the open floor. Dumps it off to McGee Stafford. Hesitation from Taylor O'Brien. A little floater off the left hand won't fall. Third chance bucket won't go, and Davis will finally knock it out of bounds. Team Ice is going to get another crack at possession with 11 seconds on the shot clock.
Yeah, it feels like as though Brotherly Love, I mean,
they're just doing generally a pretty good job on the offensive end. It just feels, though, on the defensive end, just a little too easy for, again, some of those slashing plays, say, by O'Brien. So it's going to be tough for them to come back. They can't stop this stream of scoring.
McGee Stafford for 3 off the back of the iron. Anna Timmons gives it right back to Siani Martin, and we're going to work into the post game now. Jordan Wallace lays her shoulder into Bryce Carr. The ball falls out of bounds. Team Ice will stay in possession.
Yeah, great swipe down, because I imagine without that it was going to be a guaranteed score.
Siani Martin mid-range, front of the rim, no good. She's got her own rebound, and she'll be fouled and head to the line. Take a look at the replay.
Say tough going. It's obviously mid-range there, but again, just no box out on the shooter.
Yeah, she was quick to get right back after it. These shooters have kind of been missing short more than anything else today. So it's a favorable bounce back to the shooter on the rebound. Siani Martin been doing a good job of crashing the boards after every attempt, and we'll see Bree Butler check back into the game. Of course, you've been hearing her name a lot because she has been the main engine offensively for Brotherly Love.
I mean, again, it just sort of shows how boxing out is a full team effort. You can box out the center, you can box out whoever the primary ball handler is.
And a little bit of tension now between Davis and Wallace. Timber's going to get involved. Siani Martin, the peacemaker, separating everyone. Like everyone was kind of fighting on behalf of their teammate. The 2 original players in the mix didn't really seem that angry with each other.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of, again, unfortunately, almost expected it, just because every jump ball like that, Davis has really pulled it from the other girl very aggressively and forcefully.
Yeah.
And again, most of the time it doesn't mean anything, but sometimes that can just rub people the wrong way.
Yeah.
And certainly in the heat of the moment like that, when you're the player saying, "Oh, I'm giving up," and then someone rips it from you, and maybe an elbow gets a little close.
Yeah, no,
it's a little scary.
It's understandable, and it looked like Jordan Wallace and Davis there were mixed up, and Timbers came to defend Wallace, and Siani Martin came to defend. Or I apologize, Siani Martin came to defend Davis. So just 2 different players going at it.
I mean,
the competition you'd expect here from a championship game.
And I felt like, again, you don't want to see stuff like that, but I felt like Martin did a really great job. Of course, there was a little bit of push, but it was just to get, team people separated, get away, and then there was clearly no hostility anywhere, and so.
Yeah. I'm going to call a double tech there.
Yep.
Yeah, so no real damage there done, offsetting penalties. Now it's Butler. She works it back to Timbers. Timbers for 3. Got it! She needs to get involved in this game. Here's O'Brien. Worked back. A lot of contact, but Timmons is going to get it in the corner. Martin behind the perimeter. Deep 2 on the way. It's good.
There's another beautiful make there, just barely getting past the front of the rim, but again, shooters know that usually means it's a perfect shot.
Stolen by Timmons. Looking to do more damage to Siani Martin, and she will. 48-35. Brotherly Love has got to do some work here, down 13 with just 6 minutes left.
And I feel like maybe that's just sort of been the issue with Brotherly Love, just a lapse in focus there from Davis.
Yep. McGee Stafford not going to take that 3. Instead, Siani Martin is going to put it through. Team Ice, to steal one from the PA announcer, might have just put Brotherly Love on ice. It's a 51-35 game after that lethal 3-point dagger from Siani Martin with just 5 minutes and 30 seconds to play. It's the Women's Championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am that's quickly getting away from Team Brotherly Love. You're watching the Sports Fan Base Network. We welcome you back to Kenneth M. Caldwell Court. You're watching the Women's Championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am, where Team Brotherly Love is taking on Team Ice. They're down 35-51 as Hannah Timmons is now working with it. Kicked out to Siani Martin. Deep two. Foot was on the line, won't fall. But Team Ice certainly starting to run away with it. Bree Butler has been playing out of her mind thus far today. Timbers, her three won't connect. Carr's going to put one up of her own, and that one is pure as the day is long. Butler tried to steal one there in transition, but instead it's Jordan Wallace who's one-on-one with Davis on the block. Trying to push through is Wallace, and she'll put one up off the glass. Another big stop here from Brotherly Love. Carr with the skip pass to Timbers. Timbers for three, long. Taylor O'Brien now working with her right hand, and she'll put that up. No good. Possession going to head in the direction of Brotherly Love. So it's 13-point difference, 4 minutes and change to play. I don't know, Tyson. Yeah, I know you don't want to say never say die, but the team as good as Team Ice really makes you wonder. Apart from the obvious, get stops and score buckets, how do you get back into this game?
Well, I think drives like that are a good start, but also I feel like another good another good indicator that, you know, Brotherly Love isn't really out of this is the fact that they've also made a good number of threes, especially since the timeout. And so, again, sort of shooting without fear, I think will be a good.
Well, there's another stop for Brotherly Love. It's worked over to Carr on the wing. Carr's three's up. Carr's three's long. Not going to go. That would have been huge if it went. Davis really thought possession should have went her way, but she was the last to touch it, knocking it out of the hands of McGee Stafford.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a big difference between these two teams is just the fact that Team Ice, when they've had someone hot from three, they make a few in a row, but I feel as though besides, of course, on Brotherly Love, Bree Butler, I feel like most of the time someone makes a three, comes back, immediately takes another three, and it just doesn't work out.
So what do you think? With 2 minutes 51, is an 11-point lead insurmountable, or is there still hope for the Brotherly Love faithful?
I think there's still hope for the Brotherly Love faithful. I mean, as much as people disliked sort of the dynasty of the Golden State Warriors, one thing that they proved is if you can shoot well enough from three, really no lead is safe.
Yeah.
And so I think they don't need to shoot that well from three. I think a couple of stops and a couple of layups, I mean, we're talking about a 7-point game in say 2 minutes, maybe a minute and 30, and certainly that's unsurmountable. But you're going to have to play about as perfect as you can from this point out if you're not going to be shooting out of your mind good.
I mean, they're going to demand perfection from A.J. Timbers and Bree Butler if a comeback is on the way. Those two appear to be, and Dara Taylor as well, although Timbers seems to be more their three-point threat. Butler's just kind of doing it all. but it seems like Team Ice is kind of keyed into her as a threatening player.
Again, I also think just defensively they're going to have to play perfect.
Timmons for 3. Not going to go. McGee Stafford able to get the offensive board. Siani Martin has it. She works inside. Off the glass. Can't get the roll. Possession goes to Brotherly Love. Fade ball to Davis. Davis got it. That's big.
Great pass all the way inside. And part of what I meant by perfect is just making the changes quick. If you get a stop, it takes a while to try to score quickly, and you saw it right there. Because not only do you need to score, you need to keep enough time for yourself to get back into it.
Suddenly, it's a 9-point difference. Taylor O'Brien on the back cut. Masterful. That was huge to get the momentum back for Team Ice. And Taylor O'Brien's been playing phenomenally and snatched right out of the air by Joy Morton. Siani Martin kicks it to Timmons. Timmons inside. She doesn't have it, but McGee Stafford able to clean up the mess. Team Ice said, "You thought you had a chance to come back. Let me put the double dagger in your face." Now, Brotherly Love finding themselves in a sticky situation as Butler puts up a 3. Not going to go. That's going to make what was sticky even stickier. And beautiful defense from Taylor.
As I said, at the same time, I mean, scored on, you don't have to, come back immediately. You can take some time. Again, take a sort of quote from the Super Bowl, may just throw the dagger, and I think that might have been it with the drive there.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird. I don't want to say either one of those plays individually was a dagger, but the fact that they happened back-to-back, I kind of bumbled over my words. But, yeah, double dagger. I'm going to stick with it. Patent pending. All right, so timeout called. Minute 16 left to play. The difference is 13 for Team Ice. So barring something unforeseen, Team Ice might walk away as champions of the Women's Brotherly Love Pro-Am League. We're going to stay right here through break. As coming up next, we've got defending champs Rec 6 with last year's MVP Quadir Welton taking on the top-seeded Red Rose Thunder. That should be a star-studded matchup. Rec 6 should do some damage here. Wally Hepburn, an elite player. Marcus Kennedy for Red Rose Thunder. In that semifinal matchup, Marcus Kennedy, he was sniffing a triple-double. He had 19, 9, and 7. So miraculous effort for Red Rose Thunder in their win over LYSL to advance them to the championship. But we'll stay right here with Brotherly Love trying to claw their way back. That Davis mid-range not going to help. 55-42 once again is the score. We are officially under a minute left to be played. 14 seconds on the shot clock. Layup from Siani Martin, good. Smooth with the left hand. Here's Butler working against Taylor O'Brien. Now she shakes Siani Martin, a little behind the back magic, and can't be finished by Davis once more. So now with 18 seconds on the shot clock, there's about a 6-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Joy Morton's just going to hold it. Going to dribble out some time here. We'll probably chuck up a last-second 3. She's going to put up a deep 2. That's going to be good. Why not? Pad the stats a little bit, Joy Morton. And as time dwindles away, Team Ice finds themselves champions of the Women's Pro-Am. Without their star player, Kiki Jefferson, they do it themselves. A 17-point win for Team Ice. Brotherly Love, a valiant effort. Really had a hard-fought path here. Barely edging out Vandeweghe, beating Henry Hoops by 6, and losing to Team Ice by 17. Just shows you the dominance Team Ice had over the rest of this league. And dominate they did here. It was a tight game, back and forth early on. Tyson, what do you think that critical moment was where Team Ice really started to pull away?
I felt like something, I mean, if I had to mention one player, I felt like it was really just Siani Martin. Maybe it was just a couple of threes she made, maybe some on defense, but I feel like her leadership, something changed at half, and I imagine being the captain, maybe she said something in the huddle, turned something on, but you sort of saw how she was everywhere, and of course helped sort of prevent the brawl. And so I can't say a specific moment, but I can say a specific person. I feel like Siani Martin really helped bring the game home for Team Ice.
Well, that's good enough for me. You can see Team Ice being awarded their massive trophy here at center court. So we'll step aside right now, but stay right here because coming up is a post-game interview with the Sports Fan Base Network player of the game with our sideline reporter Kayla Levine after Team Ice is done with their ceremony. And then after that, we've got the main event. Rec 6, the defending champs, taking on the top-seeded Red Rose Thunder in the men's championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. The women, their matchup is over, and once again, Team Ice the champions. We're going to step aside here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here. All right, coming right up, we've got a sideline interview with the captain, Siani Martin, coming up with our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine.
You just won the championship after being the number one seed all season long. What works for your team?
We just stayed together. Like when they went on runs, we just stayed together. We just won the Danny Rump championship, so we came in on a high note, and we just played together. Like we know everybody, we know each other, so we just stick together, play team basketball, and got it done.
And speaking on team chemistry, you guys did have team chemistry. We saw it the whole season long. What is that like for you?
It feels good because it's summer basketball. We don't play with each other during the year, so it's like to come together and be able to win a championship, it feels great.
And is there any specific memories that you loved throughout the summer?
We won 2 championships. We took over the summer. So that's my favorite memory right there.
Good, thank you so much and congratulations. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. Dominate the summer, Team Ice did. I didn't know that. 2 championships, very impressive. And certainly a nice way to cap off the season and the summer. But coming right up, we've got Rec 6 taking on Red Rose Thunder. That's going to be coming your way in about 7 minutes and 30 seconds or so. So stay right here on the Sports Fan Base Network for the final game of Championship Monday. It's the men's championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am coming up next on the Sports Fan Base Network. Hello and welcome back in, everyone, to the main event. We've got the top-seeded Red Rose Thunder looking to dethrone the defending champs Rec 6. Both squads have worked hard to get here. In the quarterfinals, Rec 6 took down the County Boys 55-53, then dominated NLMB in the semis 78-57. Meanwhile, Red Rose Thunder only had to go through the semifinals as they had a first-round bye. They beat LYSL 69-63, where Marcus Kennedy had 19-9 and 7. So knowing how both teams got here, let's see how this one plays out.
Is there something interesting to note is that Rec 6 playing in a few other leagues has tended to come here late, but of course that's usually from other games, and so they're always warmed up and always ready to go.
Yeah, in this game, no exception to that rule, as they showed up probably about 15 or 20 minutes later than they should have been. But Zip Powell possessing, he dishes it off. That was Hanner. He was way short on the air ball. Kicked out to the corner. Kennedy dumps it off. Across the wing, 3 on the way. Off the rim, no good. Worked up top, now underneath finish. That's blocked by Kennedy. Kennedy's headed the other direction. Euroing inside, he's blocked, and it will rim out. Other way we go, Euro steps in transition. Still not gonna fall, we're stuck here at 2-0. Marcus Kennedy looking to break that ice. 3 on the way from the corner, pure. Jordan Hall, nothing but net.
Well, now you can finally take a breather.
Yeah, for real.
I was going to say, I feel as though Red Rose really do have a great defensive matchup against Rec 6 when it comes to Hanner and Welton. At the same time, I feel as though if Rec 6 sort of gets it started from deep, that might be tough for Red Rose to compete with, along with the fact that Red Rose, with the number of big men that they have, it feels as though there isn't enough paint for all of them, and so they can sort of get clustered together, but we'll see.
Yeah, it should be 2 hyper-athletic, hyper-explosive teams going after each other as we get a step-back 3. That one off the mark. Menace slicing into the paint. Not going to go, but he was decisive in his action. Ball knocked away for a second, but Red Rose Thunder will keep possession. So it's 5-0 in the early goings here. What are we seeing offensively thus far from Rec 6 that has not allowed them to capitalize?
I just don't think they've had really anything set and anything of the highest quality. I mean, sometimes they are a team that likes to run, and so they like to get sort of those fast break layups as Zip Power goes for a 3. But at the same time, that usually means hard contests or threes like that where you can get off balance, you can have too much momentum going forward, and so it'd be hard to make those threes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And Jordan Hall is proving to be a problem early as well. He's taking a high volume of shots here. Think he's going to be a difference maker to look at as we head further into this game?
Absolutely, but I mean, obviously you can't forget about, I feel like, the 2 biggest names in this game, that being Welton and Kennedy.
Yeah.
I mean, Welton, of course, previous MVP, and at least this year, we all know Kennedy, he really wants this championship, and so
no doubt
I can just imagine those 2 just going at it all night.
Well, there's Welton with a strong defensive possession. It's worked across the baseline, incomplete. Jordan Hall is going to slow things down and get blocked from behind by Hanner. Beautiful chase down block sets up Zip Powell. It's 5-2. Here's a 3 from the wing. That's got it. Nothing but nylon from Wally Hepburn. Quickly we go the other way. It's going to find Jordan Hall now. He's working on the baseline. He's got an aggressive Zip Powell defending. Pass worked around, reverse layup, gets the roll. Nice move.
I mean, that's the thing. Previous matchup in championships in this league, and also I believe I heard Kennedy say Rec 6 is the only team to beat Red Rose Thunder, at least this season, and so you can imagine this could get very chippy, and this is going to be very physical no matter what.
That's a good point. Working inside and putting one up is Anthony Smith. Smith can't get that one to fall. Zib Powell now works it down to Hepburn. Hepburn gives a little shimmy on the baseline before spinning inside. How about that move?
Felt like he still had another 90 degrees to turn for the rest of his body to get there, but he made it work.
3 coming the other way. That's going to rim out.
I mean, that's the beautiful thing with basketball. We've referenced it before with sort of J.J. Redick, where you can just disconnect really your body.
Oh, it's Wally's world, and we're just living in it. A 3 from the wing, Wally Hepburn.
You can see he's already talking. He's talking. And they're going to keep doing it as long as they keep winning.
In wide open, Zib lays the hammer, and the gymnasium erupts. Zib Powell crashed in to the VIP section there. And now Red Rose Thunder's got to respond. Jordan Hall working the baseline underneath. He'll be blocked by Welton. And possession goes to Rec 6. We'll take a look at the replay.
I mean, my goodness. First, this monster dunk. And then maybe crashing into the captain of Team Ice there.
Yeah,
but
I think so.
Then an amazing block by Welton. I mean, again,
These teams know each other. Neither of them wants to give an inch in this matchup.
Wally Hepburn now directing traffic. Dumps it off to Welton. Welton's going to find Wally. 1-footer. Oh, give me that. Wally Hepburn. That was disgusting.
I mean, talk about hot. I mean, I think at this point, basically anything is just going to go in for Hepburn right now.
A strong inside move to silence the crowd. Marcus Kennedy, a much-needed bucket for Red Rose Thunder. We've got 3:35 to play here in this first quarter. Wally Hepburn gets a step, puts up a floater off the glass. How about him? Rock the baby, Mr. Hepburn. And a foul now called in transition against Quadira Welton. He can't believe it.
Yeah, I mean, trying to poke from behind, and I get it, you have all the momentum, but to me, if you're Welton, you don't really need to go for those plays like that anymore. Just keep the momentum going. And certainly for him, I mean, he's going to be in a position like that where if he's that close to steal, he can just wait for the block, something safer where the height difference more likely to not be called for a foul.
Zib Powell in defense against Jordan Hall. Hall trying to make something happen, but Powell there every step of the way. He's sticking on him like glue. Little fade off the backboard.
And you can see the whole time, I mean, Powell, he's got a little bit of hands in.
Oh, 3 from Wally Hepburn. There's the heat check.
But he had a bit of hands on the guy he was defending, but they're just not going to call that right now because, again, they want this matchup to be physical. They want them to really put everything into this game.
Sledge's 3 didn't fall, and the Rec 6 faithful in utter dismay as the officials say possession's going to stay with Red Rose Thunder. You can hear their loyal fans really loud here. Marcus Kennedy's shot, no good. That was a deep 2 he just took. Timeout now going to be called by Rec 6. And after a slow start to the first quarter, they lead 16-9 with just 2 minutes to play. They really turned it on thanks to a heroic effort from Wally Hepburn. 2 minutes and 10 to play. You're watching the championships of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here for the rest of the first quarter. Welcome back to the first quarter. Rec 6 with the 16-9 lead, and They've been turning up offensively, but Tyson, how about the defense?
Yeah, defense has been amazing. I mean, of course, Wally Hepburn on defense just doing everything, but on the other side, as he has the ball, Zid Powell with just some great – oh, my God, was that a between-the-legs pass?
Yes, it was. And the three to cap it all off. Landon Collins.
I had to stop talking once he do that, but, I mean, we had some blocks from Hanner early on when they weren't scoring, and, of course, some blocks from Welton as well.
Yeah.
And just everything just going Rec 6's way right now.
To your point, Powell almost had another steal there, and Marcus Kennedy loses it as he was working against the former MVP, Welton. Here's Hepburn navigating through the defense and putting up a shot. He'll be fouled.
I mean, working through Welton, but also you can just see with Rec 6, they just swarm anyone who dares step in the paint there. And, of course, Hepburn, I mean, he's feeling it like nobody else right now. And so, again, it makes sense for him to just keep shooting, and I imagine Rec 6 is going to allow that.
I mean, they should encourage it. Hepburn here at the line. Looking to capitalize here, and he'll hit the first to provide an 11-point cushion for Rec 6. Just 1 minute and counting here. And what we said, I mentioned a slow start from Rec 6. That is no more, as they have found their groove, and now Red Rose Thunder is reeling.
Yeah, again, I felt like I said this earlier with Red Rose. They have a lot of big bodies, which can be an advantage, but at the same time, let's get a foul here.
Yeah, I think we'll see on the replay. Maurice Watson had it. He was working the baseline. I almost thought he was going to take this shot.
Absolutely, but then pass it down.
Yeah, I might have preferred he taken that shot. A lot of traffic into that pass. It could go either way, though.
Absolutely, but I think that's sort of, again, the problem we're running into is with all those big bodies, naturally you want to go inside, even though, you know, modern basketball, everyone can shoot, right? But the first thing you're taught, and usually the thing that feels the safest for anyone with height is, you know, are going to go into the paint. And so when you have that many big bodies, you just run out of space.
Yeah. Zib Powell, 6 seconds to play. Up and in, coast to coast. He's like Lewis and Clark.
I say that is always what impresses me with Zid Powell. Every time he goes up like that, you see it. He just holds it and protects it, you know, as much as he can so that he can give himself the best opportunity possible to go up with the ball.
And an exclamation point to punctuate a strong first quarter from Rec 6. The score 23-10. We've got 30 more minutes of championship basketball here at Penn Charter. You're watching the men's championship game of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here. We are back. 30 more minutes of basketball here. The Brotherly Love Pro-Am. Wally Hepburn carrying. A little fade ball. Not going to fall off the hand of Landon Collins.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I don't want to call it too soon, maybe jinx Rec 6, but I was saying it's a great floater there.
Oh, yeah. Pretty bucket.
But, you know, if Rec 6 does win, I have a feeling I can figure out who the MVP might be.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt about that. My first quarter MVP is clear as day, but here's Zib Powell with a nice crossover. Got it to roll off the first bounce.
It's amazing, not even using the backboard and somehow able to just get that angle.
Jordan Hall in the corner now. He's trying to post up Hepburn. Two offensive giants going at it. Hepburn caught a shoulder there. He's a little shaken up. Landon Collins now working inside. Hepburn finally getting across half court. Shot up, shot good. That was Scooter Gillette.
Yeah, I was going to say with Jordan Hall, I just feel with some of those posts up, again, the pump fake, it can work, but when you're doing that against a guy who's smaller than you, that's just going to feel like negligent. Not enough contact.
There you
Is
go.
it negligent? Am I just losing my mind?
Yeah.
It's just going to not feel like enough contact for a bigger body.
Yeah, that works.
I'm going to try to say negligible.
Zib Powell pulls from 3. He can't deliver. Now it's worked up quickly and fouled by Zib Powell. Sending Anthony Smith to the line. We'll take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm looking for the foul, but I'm also looking. Zid Powell almost ran into one of our cameramen.
Yeah.
Say, Gabe, are you right down there?
Oh, he's doing great, doing phenomenally.
I say, if he give us a thumbs up, hopefully he didn't look like he got hit, but just want to make sure, not scared off or anything. All right, he gave a thumbs up to someone, so it looks like he's all right.
First free throw up and good from Anthony Smith. It's a 12-point difference. Red Rose Thunder got some work to do here early on in this second quarter. Certainly capable of putting up massive amounts of points. We're yet to see really anything from a hyper-athletic Sutiri Sapnas, wearing number 2 in red.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the last time I saw Red Rose, I mean, they were putting up
Crazy threes.
Yeah.
And a comeback win, I think, against NLMB.
I was at that game. That is correct.
Yeah, and so they certainly have the firepower to do it. It just seems like maybe right now, and maybe it's changing ways, but
Just felt like Rec 6 had another gear that Red Rose didn't have.
That shot from the corner, no good, and the putback is blocked by Welton. Knocked out of bounds. Red Rose Thunder is going to get another shot at it. They've got 13 seconds to shoot. Inbound now. Finds its way to Hall. Hall working against Collins. He'll step back and dish it off. 3 on the way as shot clock expires, won't fall. Zay Wilmore wearing number 2. He was fouled in the transition.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not really liking some of the offensive possessions we're seeing from Red Rose. I mean, look, isolation basketball can work, but the tough part is if you have a team that is really good help defense, really good at their rotations, really energetic like Rec 6 is, it's going to be tough for you to get open, and even if you don't, then it's going to be even tougher for you to make your teammates open enough for those threes.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Wilmore cold off the 3, coming off the bench. And I mentioned it, but I'm really shocked that we haven't seen Sutiri Sapnas or Asim Wilson, both really athletic guards for Red Rose Thunder. Seems like they could use a little bit of that slashing ability right now. Here's Hanner inside with some power. He'll be fouled.
Yeah, as much as I sort of continuously say, as we, of course, see the great post up here, and I think Fitzpatrick just had his hands a little bit too low to start.
Yep.
I feel as though, even though at the top end, Red Rose has the height advantage, I think at the bottom end, at the guard end, that's more Rec 6. Obviously, we are seeing R.J. Smith, not the tallest guy. But
you look at, Wally Hepburn, not too short, and then, of course, Zip Powell. I mean, he's a guard, but I feel like he's about 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah.
And so you're going to put in other guards who might be a little bit shorter, and you're worried on defense that they're going to get eaten up. Although, of course, you can use ball screens with teams like this who switch all the time to get around that.
Watson there, fouled by R.J. Smith, a youngster checking into the game. He's headed to LaSalle University this upcoming fall. He is a dynamic player, really agile and really creative with his inside finishing, so I'm sure we'll be lucky enough to see that coming up in the future. The big Hanner almost got a steal in transition, but couldn't quite catch up to it.
It's also interesting. I think this league has given him a lot of confidence. We saw in the showcase game yesterday for RJ. He was talking a lot against the guys at Rucker Park, and I can imagine he's playing grown men here.
Yeah, and the Rec 6 bench erupts, palms to the ceiling, but I got to admit, that one looks pretty clear to me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look in the replay here. Yeah, I mean.
Number 21 they're going to get, and that is Anthony Smith, or not Anthony Smith, I apologize. That is Hanner.
Yeah.
John Fitzpatrick unable to nail his first.
You know, I feel Fitzpatrick, it feels like he has a similar, I guess, routine to Welton, except he doesn't have the lean.
Yeah, I can see
Like
that.
sort of no dribble, nothing, just sort of go straight up with it. But he doesn't have the lean forward aspect that is a little peculiar.
Here's RJ Smith, kind of dumped it off right into the body of a Red Rose Thunder defender. He'll have a turnover there. The other way is Watson, dumps it off to Fitzpatrick. That was a nifty move inside. Here's RJ Smith slowing down the pace of play a little bit. Now with it is Holloman. Right back to Hanner. Now facing up is Gillette. Puts up one and pure.
So great mid-range there, didn't have much.
Yeah, took his sweet time putting that one up. Now the other way, we head with Red Rose Thunder. Landon Collins defending. One footer, it's gonna be blocked. Blocked by Scooter Gillette. Now RJ Smith's gonna put up a three the other way, won't fall off the front of the rim. Jordan Hall Euros in transition, and it's gonna dump it off to Anthony Smith, who will be fouled as he attempted to put one up.
Yeah, just looking at the replay here. Again, just a sort of just a swipe at or swipe down. Yeah, at some point it almost feels like it doesn't really matter what the actual level of contact is, as long as it feels like there's enough contact.
Yeah, if you can see
call.
that swiping motion, typically there's going to be a foul called. They've been pretty consistent with that here, not only in this game, but in the Brotherly Love Pro-Am as a whole. First free throw hit by Anthony Smith. We're approaching 1 minute to play here in the second quarter, about a minute 45. Clock is stopped. As it stops in the final 2 minutes of each half. Second free throw up and good for Anthony Smith. That's going to help the cause a little bit in clawing their way back, but now Wally Hepburn possessing across half court. Hepburn cuts inside, puts one up, and the foul. Do your dance, Mr. Hepburn.
And again, I mean, it's just a pretty obvious foul call there. I mean, Hall just had an arm around Hepburn the whole time with that take. But again, if you're going to foul like that, you have to make sure that he can't get a shot up. And right now, Red Rose just isn't doing that.
Looking to capitalize, and doing so is Hepburn. That's a three-point play. Sets this lead back to an 11-point difference. Now here's Sutiri Sapnas. I mentioned him a little bit earlier. It's kicked over to the corner, three ball up. Not going to fall for Marcus Kennedy. Fouled on the second chance points. Once again, Rec 6 can't believe it.
Yeah, honestly, I thought of any foul call, that was maybe the most questionable. I thought Welton really did get ball there. I mean, maybe the other arm, but still, that just felt like a pretty clean block.
So we'll see Anthony Smith once again at the line. Minute 20 to play here in this second quarter. It's the final minute 20 of this half. 10-point difference, but man, it feels like Rec 6 has just been in control all day long.
Absolutely.
Able to hit them both. Now RJ Smith looking to separate even further. He dumps it off to Hepburn. Hepburn cuts through. Floater. Won't fall. Now it's Watson the other way. He sets up for three. It's up. It's no good. Anthony Smith can't get the board. So RJ Smith will put it up himself off the front. Won't fall. Marcus Kennedy. Nice little move there at the half-court level. And that feed is fielded by Sutiri Sapnas. He cuts through the middle. And once again, his shot won't go. RJ Smith wide open in transition. Easy bucket.
And I
For the
mean,
18-year-old.
you can see also Kadir Welton. I mean, he's just deflecting anything that goes near the paint right now.
Yeah.
Just amazing defense. And of course, everyone on Rec 6 is just poking the ball away.
Yeah, and speaking of great defense, that was Wally Hepburn able to get his hand in there on a spinning Red Rose Thunder player. But now Marcus Kennedy is working inside against Welton. Puts it up. Gets it off the glass. He'll take the advantage over Welton there.
And also, even though, of course, it ended in a score by Kennedy, I actually thought that was really smart defense by Welton. There's no reason to go for an extra foul there when you get beat.
Sid Powell, would have been the last chance at the possession, but the ball went out of bounds with 0.6 of a second remaining in this first half. So they got to get a shot off quick, does Rec 6. They will do just that with Quadir Welton, but his shot won't go, as that'll do it for the first half. 34-25 to score. A 9-point lead for Rec 6. They're trying to upset the 1-seed Red Rose Thunder and defend their title. Doing a good job of that thus far. Stay right here, as coming up soon, we've got our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, who will be interviewing the coaching staff of Red Rose Thunder during the break. But in the meantime, Tyson, Red Rose Thunder, they find themselves in a 9-point deficit. They're the 1 seed in this league. What's your message as a coach there?
I think you just need more dynamic offense more than anything. I think defensively they're actually not doing a bad job with
I'd agree with
how
you.
explosive this team is. But I think too much ISO ball, just try to get some movement and try to get the defense off guard when it comes to Rec 6, just because it feels like everything is going their way right now.
And now Kayla Levine is standing by with the Rec 6 coach, or I apologize, a Red Rose Thunder coach, so we'll drop it off to her.
Not by significant or anything. What are some changes that you need to make during the half?
So we need to play more as a team, move the ball, actually spread out on offense and do what we know how to do. We're not playing our game right now, and it's showing in the score. So we just got to do better, more effort.
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. Well, you heard her. More effort. It's easier said than done, don't you think, Tyson?
Absolutely. I mean, it's sort of an interesting aspect of this in two ways. Number one, with Rec 6 playing tournament games before this, again, we say that they're warmed up, but also maybe someone gets hot. And instead of ending their day, they can just continue to use sort of that heat. Maybe Wally Hepper in the last game that they just played was also shooting the lights out. And so he could just continue that momentum into this game. But at the same time, it sort of makes me wonder about, some of their team cohesion, maybe, some of the chemistry with this team, just because, again, if they're just playing together all the time, all day, most days, you can imagine that can create some pretty good chemistry.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So we'll take a quick break, about 30 seconds until play resumes. But you're watching the men's championship game between Rec 6 and Red Rose Thunder here on Sports Fan Base Network. Stay right here for the second half. And we welcome you back. It's the start of the second half. Rec 6 is up 34-25. And the defending champs looking to close this one out. Final 20 minutes of basketball coming your way. Zib Powell starts it off spinning and tipped in by Welton. Going the other way, Jordan Hall, 3-ball, pure.
Yeah,
Smooth criminal.
I really like that from Jordan Hall just because, again, previous possessions for his scoring have been very dribble heavy, very complicated. And so sometimes simplifying things can work out the best.
Yep. Now with the MVP, Quadir Welton spinning towards the baseline. It's kicked inside, and then that shot rattles off the rim. Hanner can't get that one to go. Watson the other way, skip pass to Hall. Hall for 3, got it! Pure shooting from Jordan Hall to start this half off. It's gonna force a timeout from Rec 6 with 8:54 to play in this third quarter. Suddenly, it's 36-31. Red Rose Thunder's right back in it.
Yeah, I feel like this is more what the coach was talking about when saying playing their game.
Yeah.
Just good ball movement, easy pass, just catch and shoot threes. Nothing complicated here.
All right, so we'll step aside. Score 36-31. You're watching the men's championship of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fan Base Network. Back. 8:42 to play. Or I apologize, 9:07 to play. Ollie Hepburn carrying across half court now. He dumps it down to the block. It's Welton. Welton with the right hand. He'll be fouled. Somehow both Hepburn and Jordan Hall are both jawing with the official about how they don't like the call. Tyson, what do you think?
I think
it was the correct call.
I think it was the correct call. I think it's on the floor is the thing.
I'm frankly just not sure how both Hepburn and Jordan Hall are both upset about it, you know? Guys on opposite squads. But that's all right, as Welton nails the first. 8:19 and running. They get it there. A lane violation?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with that leaning. There's always a lane violation, and I think that's what the Red Rose coach has been yelling at with the referees, because usually they just let them do it anyway.
Marcus Kennedy with some power inside. Now a little fadeaway. That's off the back iron. Try to behind the back pass did Red Rose Thunder, and it will careen all the way into the backcourt. Here's Jordan Hall. He finds Zib Powell in his way, so he dumps it off. Kennedy, that was a deep 2, not going to go either way. Minnis, he's carrying inside the three-point arc. He'll be fouled as he does so.
And just strong drive by him. I mean, tough keeping possession there, but sometimes if you have a strong hold, just keep your head down.
Yep. Now it's Minnis. Kai Howard defending. And it is completely knocked away, and Welton is going to foul once more. That was a useless foul in transition. He had people behind him.
It's also interesting. I feel it was more a foul to just get a chance to talk to the ref.
Yeah. Seen that a couple of times here today from Rec 6.
And I think we're getting a transition take foul being called. Which doesn't make sense because there were guys behind him. Unless I don't understand the take foul.
Well, it'll give Marcus Kennedy a shot at the line. He capitalizes. Possession's going to stay with Red Rose Thunder, as that was a take foul. Jordan Hall to inbound here to Maurice Watson. It's a 5-point game. It's tight out. And that ball is knocked away briefly, kept on the right side of the floor, but thrown out of bounds. That was just an awkward play from start to finish for the Red Rose Thunder.
Ah, okay. I see the mix-up we had with the foul, so I'll explain in a second.
Hepburn's floater won't go. Jordan Hall works it down. Marcus Kennedy is hugged by Hepburn. Let's hear the difference.
Okay, so there are two fouls that you generally see with a fast break. A clear path foul and a take foul. The clear path foul is what most people know. If you foul someone on a fast break, there's no one further back. That's a clear path foul because it's very much a clear path.
Mm-hmm.
However, the take foul, it doesn't matter how many people are behind. It's just on purpose during a fast break, which it really was. It was definitely a fast break. At least guys were moving fast, and so I could definitely see how that works with the rules because Walden did also, I mean, he sort of, I wouldn't say, I'm not sure if I'd say he fouled on purpose, but he certainly tried for a steal there.
Hey, that makes sense. Thank you for the analysis, Tyson. And while you were doing so, well, not anymore. Zib Powell, tough bucket spinning inside. I was going to say it was a 3-point game. Now it's a 5. Jordan Hall gets it right back to a one-score game, 36-39.
And funny enough, it feels like both teams are equally upset with the refereeing, and so maybe
that's a mark of good officiating, I would say.
Absolutely.
Hepburn caught him sleeping, forced a foul by Jordan Hall. Hepburn's going to be sent to the line. We'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, just sneaks into the corner and then sprints by. You can see there Hall thought Kennedy was defending Hepburn, but clearly it was not clear.
Yeah, so that's going to net 2 free throws for Wally Hepburn. 39-36 the score with 4 minutes and counting. First free throw not able to be capitalized on. A rare miss from Wally. He'll look to rectify that now. And he does just that. Here's Hall, 3 on the way. Not gonna fall. Landon Collins on the board, kicked up to Powell. Powell from the corner. Powell's got it. Enormous.
And that's the thing I feel happens in games in this league is guys get upset and it doesn't actually make them worse. It can just make them, like a honed edge.
Kai Howard, nice back cut there. As Hanner had some spectacular defense for Rec 6 on Anthony Smith, but Howard was able to sneak behind, much like Hepburn a couple possessions ago. And that's knocked away from Wally Hepburn. Last to touch it, a Red Rose Thunder defender will stay. Landon Collins inside the three-point arc. Now to Hepburn, mid-range. Another miss.
Yeah, I think Hepburn was thrown off with how open he was.
Now it's worked into the block. Here's Marcus Kennedy. He'll be fouled. And a little note, we saw Wally Hepburn take a hard hit, and he kind of walked away gingerly and really hasn't looked the same since early in the first quarter, or late in the first quarter, rather.
Yeah, definitely took one maybe in the chest or the sternum, and
yeah.
That's the thing when it's sort of.
Here's Zip Powell on the open floor, two-hand slam.
Great dunk there by Zip Powell, but certainly when you're hot like that, anything can sort of knock you out of it, and in this case, literally. And so I think that's sort of what happened with Hepburn.
Howard now, a step back on the baseline. Front of the rim won't go. And a foul called. They're going to get Scooter Gillette. Well, we'll take a look at the replay previous of that. Zib Powell jamming it was with emphasis. Jordan Hall now, the inbound man. He'll find Marcus Kennedy. Kennedy working the post against Gillette. He'll do just that. Shot up. But a foul called before on Gillette once more. We'll see if it was the appropriate call.
I think it was, and I mean, there's not a lot there, I will say. We sort of brought up some sort of veteran sort of NBA moves. That I feel like is one that you've seen more, and this one, to me, popularized by Joel Embiid.
Fair.
Whereas the big man, because your arms are so long, if you keep them outstretched but your hands strong,
Yeah.
then it's so easy for them to get hit,
That's
even
fair.
minorly. And as long as it gets hit, it's going to be called for a foul. And, of course, in a spin move like that, that will easily be counted as continuation.
That's a good point. We got a whistle here. Looks like there's a little bit of confusion as to what it was, but they're going to call a foul on Jordan Hall. Foul on the ground, so it'll be a side out. I'll tell you, I'm not counting fouls, but I feel like Jordan Hall's at 3 or 4.
Yeah, I would say him along with Welton. I think they're both
Yes.
sort of on the higher end of that, but at the
Yes.
same time, I think they've both sort of taken some, I don't want to say some plays off per se, but they've certainly used less physicality just to make sure they don't foul out, because I think they're both important to their team. We've seen there's
Yeah.
not been a lot of substitutions.
No, there has not been. I
And
mean,
so-
we've mentioned it just in the fact of like, hey, RJ Smith, he's a great player who hasn't seen the court a lot. Sutiri Sapnas, a great player who hasn't seen the court a lot. It's really been the same 5 guys on the floor a lot. But here's Wally, thought about a 3 for a second. Instead, it's gunned into Scooter. Scooter puts it up, beats the buzzer. Scooter Gillette. And a 3 ball will end this third quarter. It is 47-40.
Yeah, and just what a, first great pass inside, but again, it's just same thing with Zid Powell we saw in the first quarter. It just feels like those impossible angles, those guys just know how to work.
Yes. Yes, they do. And that's going to give them a 7-point lead headed into the fourth quarter, 47-40. You're watching Rec 6 take on Red Rose Thunder in the men's championship game of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am here on the Sports Fanbase Network. Stay right here for the thrilling conclusion. And we've got just 10 more minutes of action in store for you here to claim that beauty right there, the biggest trophy I've ever seen. Championship on the line for Red Rose Thunder and Rec 6. Rec 6 looking to go back to back. Jordan Hall and Red Rose Thunder looking to dethrone them as the 1 seed. But not if Wally Hepburn's got anything to say about it.
You mentioned Wally Hepburn, but also I felt like Zid Powell just took a really hard screen there. And so, they just got to watch out that they don't hit those guys out of their rhythm.
Yep, that's a good point. We saw Hepburn took a little bit of damage in the first quarter at the very end, and he's kind of been slow since. Welton has been the physical force, number 22 in blue. Just been unbeatable. He's
Except at the line.
Yeah, I mean, there's an announcer's curse right there. I'll take the full blame.
I will say it's sort of interesting. So he did the sort of hook action that we've seen, of course, popularized, and they're calling a lane violation again on him. But you see the sort of hook action you've seen popularized by Joel Embiid, or not Joel Embiid, excuse me, James Harden.
Yep.
The arm in arm. He got the ball, sort of put his arms up to show the foul, noticed it wasn't called, and then unweaved and then reweaved the arms. So
Really
it's just
impressive.
interesting, just, again, body control that these guys have for these sorts of tricks that have just come up in recent years.
Jordan Hall works it inside. Foul. Chris Ray, we haven't seen a lot of him today. He'll be sent to the line, and we'll take a look at the replay.
Yeah, and again, Red Rose just dealing with the pressure there, but I like the fearlessness of Chris Ray. I feel as though besides Kennedy, there just hasn't been a lot inside for Red Rose.
His free throw up, and no good. That's going to bounce off the rim. They've got to hit their free throws if they want to claw their way back against a very good Rec 6 team. Going 0 for 2 is Chris Ray. Wally Hepburn flashing the speed the other way. He'll Euro and gets rejected. That's by Ray.
Hey, making up for the missed shot.
Watson, mid-range, pure. Hepburn now decided to slow the pace down a little bit. He's directing traffic from the half-court line, facing off against Jordan Hall. It's Collins. Foul before the shot. Watson's calling for that hooking motion you were talking about, but he's not lucky enough to get that call. We'll get a side inbounds here.
Yeah, those hooks, they are really, really hard to see. And usually the issue is that if they are seen, it's almost certainly going to go in the way of the offensive player just because of how it looks.
Here's Hepburn. And dribble move, dishes out to Collins in the corner. 3 on the way, way long, air ball. It's a 5-point game as Jordan Hall crosses half court. He's possessing on the wing, staring down Zib Powell. Watson now has it. He cuts inside. Dancing along the three-point arc, shot up, he'll be fouled. It was no good, but Quadir Welton just a little overzealous.
I mean, that's the tough part about being a defender in today's game. With all the hesitations there you saw, Welton was basically geared to come in for the hard contest. And, of course, seeing that, then the step back, of course he's going to fly out and get in the area of the shooter.
So a timeout on the floor now. It's still a 5-point game. That's kind of right about the range we've been hanging out at all day. There's 6 minutes and 22 seconds to play. And we talk a lot, if you've watched any of these Brotherly Love Pro-Am games before, about the Elam ending, which certainly is going to play a huge factor in this game. It's whatever team is winning with about 3 minutes or so left will add 8 points to their score, and that will be the target score, the score to reach to win. So hypothetically, if the Elam ending was put into effect right now, the target score would be 55 because that's 8 points more than what Rec 6 has. So first team to hit 55 would be the winner. That really takes away any time threat of coming back and just makes it so if you keep it close all throughout, you've got a shot at coming back. Red Rose Thunder certainly more than capable of doing just that.
It really changes sort of the dynamic that leads in basketball have, just because normally it's you need to keep it close because you will only have so much time, but in this case it's, keep it close just to give yourself a better chance. You don't have to play as perfectly on defense, but at the same time, theoretically speaking, you have an unlimited amount of time to make those comebacks.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen leads in this league be 30 before the Elam ending, and then it will go to 10
before the winning team makes their final shot. So
Yeah, it really can disappear quickly. So if you have only a 3-point deficit or so when this Elam ending is put into place, you're right there. You're right in the swing of things, and that's where Red Rose Thunder finds themselves right now. Make it a 2-point difference. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a game with 6 minutes and 20 seconds to play.
Yeah, maybe Rec 6, they're finally hitting their limit. I mean, some of these guys really haven't had much of a break besides a little bit in the second quarter.
Hepburn couldn't get that one to fall. He wanted a foul call. It's worked over to Hall. Hall pushes inside. He can't get that one to fall. Zip Powell on the rebound. Now Powell working against Watson. It's knocked away. Chris Ray has it. Watson for 3. They need this. Way short. Whistle blown. And a foul going to be called here. Possession stays with Red Rose Thunder.
I'm confused. I don't know how. I thought that was off of Red Rose. I don't really understand.
Oh, they're not calling a foul.
No,
I thought
it's
the
just
only
out of
way
bounds.
that could be Red Rose Thunder's ball was if a foul was called, and that was my only inclination. I saw that arm point that way by the official, and well, I guess it doesn't matter now as Jordan Hall is trapped. He finds a way out of it, and it's knocked right back to Jordan Hall. Hall for 3. Hall off the front of the rim won't go, and possession will stay once more with Red Rose Thunder. Wally Hepburn waving to the crowd, save your breath. Yeah, I touched that one. Inbounding now was Watson. Hall trying to work down Powell. Hepburn there with the help defense, but 3 on the way from Kennedy falls. Red Rose Thunder is up by 1.
I mean, it's just been amazing just how they've slowly been able to chip away after going down by so much.
Almost felt like the difference was bigger, and then all of a sudden you look up and you go, whoa, when did that happen?
Absolutely.
Inbound goes to Hepburn. Hepburn's been quiet. He's facing off against Hall. Moving one way or another, another whistle blows. This time it's going to go against Sledge. So we have officially hit that Elam ending moment. And it's not target score of 55, it's a target score of 56 with Red Rose Thunder up by 1. So first team to hit 56 will win this game. There's no win by 2, there's no overtime, no nothing. Just hit 56 or more, and you are the champion of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. A lot to play for these two teams. A lot on the line for Rec 6, the defending champs, and Red Rose Thunder, the top-seeded team. Hepburn looking to get this lead back. He works to his right, now to his left, bobbing back and forth before putting up a shot. He's got it!
I mean, what a make there.
Yeah, that was enormous. We're going to seesaw back and forth now as Watson dumps it off to Hall. Hall from the top of the key. Won't go, but the putback unsuccessful from Sledge. Sledge for 3. Won't go. Hepburn with the board. That was way off the mark, airballed. Hepburn snatched it out of the air.
Yeah, I feel like one way you can see Rec 6 is more tired. Zid Powell on those screens is not going over the same way he was in the first half.
Now it's Powell. Powell skip pass into Welton, unsuccessful. Now it's Hall in the open court. He's double teamed now for a moment. A lot of pressure stolen by Welton. In transition up the other way and found it in. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Robert Smith. Not Robert Smith, Holloman.
I mean, what an improbable make. I mean, getting knocked sort of off course, able to keep, again, great body control.
said it before, say it again. It feels like that is just the Rec 6 way. No matter what, you just hold on to it and wait for your perfect moment.
And it felt like Holloman was hanging in the air forever. He missed the shot but got his board. Welton won't go. Still bouncing around, undecided. Powell up and over. Are you kidding me? And the foul. This has the makings of a 5-point possession.
Absolutely, and just a tough ball as well. Hence, that's another part of it, of the crowd and the team just going nuts for Powell.
That makes this a 1-possession game for Rec 6. If he nails this free throw, they're just 2 points away from a championship, from back-to-back championships. Powell, the gritty player everyone wants at the line in moments like this. Rec 6 up 5. And it falls. Red Rose Thunder hasn't scored a point since the Elam ending has hit effect.
Again, I mean, how long have they held the ball since it's hit effect?
Yeah,
felt like one full possession and then the steal there.
Watson slicing through. He puts it up. Not going to fall. A lot of contact there. Possession potential to end the game here. Skipped inside to Welton. Now Welton rips it across. It's going to knock off Holloway. Possession stays. So Tyson 2 points away from victory here. It's tight.
Absolutely, but I imagine it's going to be Zid Powell or it's going to be Welton, one of the two.
Kicked into Welton, and Welton threw it away. But Jordan Hall's got a chance, and he's got an easy bucket there. He wanted a foul, he won't get it. 54-50, Rec 6, 2 points away from victory. 2 points away from greatness. 2 points away from a championship. Wally Hepburn trying to deliver, he'll be fouled.
I mean, that can also be the tough part when you're so close to victory with this type of points or this type of ending. It just feels like you can overcomplicate so much. And all you need is just a simple layup.
Not in the bonus quite yet, but getting closer and closer is Red Rose Thunder. Hepburn to inbound. He'll do just that. Holloman for the win. Yes! How about it? Champions! Rec 6 back-to-back champs of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. And the trophy's coming back to South Street.
Just an amazing win by Rec 6. I mean, especially trying to stop that comeback by Red Rose. And wow, just to end it like that, a wide open three, just a defensive mishap by Red Rose, that's got to sting.
Talib Holloman is the hero, and he'll be celebrated as such. But apart from hitting the last shot, I mean, a pick for MVP here, you could go anywhere.
Yeah.
You got Wally Hepburn had a dominating first quarter. He played out of his mind. Quadir Welton was Mr. Consistent all the way through, doing whatever needed to be done. Scooter Gillette provided a nice spark off the bench. Hanner was everywhere. I mean, this was just an all-around win.
Absolutely, and I mean, Zid Powell as well. Again, you talk about Mr. Consistent. I mean, he did so much on both sides of the ball the whole game, but especially for not necessarily the winning shot, but just the shot to take all the momentum to Rec 6 at the end. I mean, he finished that 5-point possession.
Yeah, and that was a spectacular finish from him, that circus finish. But Rec 6 is crowned champs of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am for the second consecutive year. And stay right here, because our sideline reporter Kayla Levine will be talking to the Sports Fanbase Network Player of the Game in just a couple of moments. But we'll take a quick break. You can watch the celebration of Rec 6 as they hoist the trophy. We'll step aside here. Congratulations to Rec 6 for winning the men's division of the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. You've been watching the Sports Fan Base Network. We've got a sideline report coming right up. And we're back for a Kayla Levine sideline interview. Kayla is standing by with number 5, Wally Hepburn, and we'll send it down to Kayla right now.
You guys made this game extremely fun throughout the whole time, and now you are back-to-back champions. What worked today?
We just came out with the right intensity. We played defense. We started out a little slow, but we just played defense and played together, and we felt like when we do that, we can beat anybody.
And now you're back-to-back champions. You've now won twice. What's that like for your team chemistry?
Oh, it's great. You know, it give our neighborhood something to cheer about. Everybody get to cheer about, and then it give us a little hunger because we know the next year that everybody gonna be hunting for us. So that give us something to defend, like the crown. We got to defend the crown. So it's just great for everybody, for the team, for the hood. It's just great morale.
And is there any of your favorite memories throughout the summer so far to this league that you want to point out?
Winning, of course. Whenever you win, that's the best. So winning this right here in front of our fans, winning back-to-back, that was the best moment so far.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Kayla. And I'm sensing a common theme here between champions. The best moment is winning. No surprise there. But that's going to do it. It's going to conclude Championship Monday here at the Brotherly Love Pro-Am. It's been a great 2025 season for all of us here at Sports Fanbase Network. Thank you to our producer, Kevin Conley, our camera crew, Garland Reed and Gabe Garza, Jack Ralph, Nick McClay, our sideline reporter, Kayla Levine, for my partner, Tyson Maddox, and myself, Ryan Cuney. So long. Have a great night.